Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order for Administration and Finance Committee. You're going to start off a roll call, please.
Dr. Bophy?
Present.
Dr. Bophy is present. Mr. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Davis is present. Ms. Edmiston? Ms. Edmiston is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Ms. Holloway?
Present.
Ms. Holloway is present. Dr. Jones?
Present.
Dr. Jones is present. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Lewis is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Rock?
Present.
Mr. Rock is present. Dr. Thomason?
Present.
Dr. Thomason is present. Ms. Vautier?
Here.
Ms. Vautier is present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. So our first item.
The consent agenda is ready for approval, pulling items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4.
We have a consent agenda in front of us. Do I have a motion to receive? Moved Dr. Jones, second by Dr. Bophy.
Could I ask a question before
Certainly.
we move forward with that? Okay, on this consent agenda, all the, the contracts over the past period of time, I would like, in the future, if we could have not only, the amounts of the contracts, who they're to, but the source of funding as well, so that we know if they're being funded by either HE funds or federal fund, which federal projects, or State Department general fund monies or whatever. Unless I'm not looking correctly in the right columns, I don't see a source. So when we get these reports in the future, I would request that we have a source of funding for each of the contracts. It is, could you point it out to me then?
In the backup documents?
In the backup documents? All right. I'm talking about on the ones that do not have that, yes. I'd like a source of funding on all of them for the future. Okay.
Duly noted by staff, I guess. Department notes that. Thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion to receive and a second. Any objections? No objections. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Your first item is item 2.1, consideration of AG monitoring visits reports conducted by board staff. Recommendation is to receive. You have comment cards on the item.
Do we have a motion to receive? So moved by Mr. Garvey, second by Ms. Holloway. Any discussion from the board before I take public comment? If not, then we're going to call to the front Mr. Frank Buckley, please. Not seeing Mr. Buckley, we're going to, there we go. Please state your name, your affiliation for the record. Make sure your microphone's turned on, speak directly into it.
Okay. Frank Buckley, concerned citizen of New Orleans. I thought I was going to be able to hear the report before I had to give a response, but I'm just going to give you what it is that I have. The Louisiana legislative order states for the 9th consecutive year, and that's what she's passing out, the first paragraph. The 9th consecutive year, RSD did not maintain accurate reports, equipment as required by state equipment regulation, and did not maintain accurate information in the state's movable property. RSD 2015 annual certification of property inventory disclosed over $800,000 in unlocated movable property from the current period and over $6 million remaining over the past 3 years. So what we're saying, the concerned citizens of New Orleans, for the 9 consecutive years, there's money coming up missing from the Recovery School District. And every year, there's more and more money. I gave you this document that shows you some of the schools. We had over $1.8 billion sent to New Orleans to renovate and refurbish new schools.
Mr. Buckley, we received a report, we'll review it, but it's not relevant to the item that we're reviewing right now.
But see, you were talking about an audit, and I'm talking about audit. I'm talking about money that's missing.
If I'm reading correctly here.
You're talking about the Louisiana Department audit.
Yes.
Monitoring visits for AG funding.
Pardon me?
Not monitoring visits for AG funding is the item that we're looking at right now.
I thought you was looking at Louisiana Department of Education, Director of Internal Audit. I'm talking about money.
We're on the wrong item then. Wrong
So
item.
you said 2.2?
2.1.
Okay. Well,
So we've
talk
got
about-
your item, we've got your information.
Okay, so
Draw to a close on this
I'm
item.
concerned about the buildings that are being built. We have a lot of high schools that are being built with this money, but they're big, but they don't have any place for the kids to play. They don't have football fields. They
Okay.
don't have track
This
fields.
is too far off the subject. We have too much to cover today. You're not on the right item. I'm gonna have to ask you to
I'm talking
draw it
about
to a close.
2.1 now.
You're not. We're talking about monitoring visits.
Excuse me, is there an appropriate time here for Mr. Buckley to be able to give his comments?
2.2 would be the right item for that. So let's finish up this one.
Okay, so I'll just sit over there. I thought you was on
Yeah,
2.2.
Just wait until 2.2.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
All right. So on 2.1, any other board discussion? Any objections? Hearing no objections, motion passes. Next item.
On page 3, item 2.2, consideration of a report from the LDE Director of Internal Audit. Recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive the report? So moved by Dr. Bofi. Second. Dr. Jones. Any board discussion? No board discussion? We do have several cards here. Let me call up Miss Alicia Plummer, Miss Elizabeth Jeffers, Mr. Buckley, and Mr. Carl Gallman to get started here, please. He can. I can have 4 of you sit down and take your seats.
Okay, so Frank Buckley, concerned citizen of New Orleans. I'm not going to repeat everything I just said.
Thank you.
What we're trying to figure out is what happened to the money, the $1.8 billion, $10 billion that was sent to New Orleans to help the city rebuild and refurbish schools. And if you look at this document, in 2013, they say it was $300,000, $300 million in the hole in 2013. And you look at some other documents that we have, Louisiana public funding, $55 million in the hole. Recovery School District wasted $33 million in construction oversight. RSD, $735,000 missing in property. $2.7 million of property lost or stolen from the Recovery School District. So all this stuff is being put out, and no one is being questioned about it. No one is being investigated for it, and this is millions of dollars that we're talking about. So we're saying, the concerned citizens of New Orleans, we asking BESE that y'all have a federal investigation, that we contact Loretta Lynch, because the people that's in Louisiana are part of this. You can't go talk to Kenny Police. His wife sits on the KIP board. You can't talk with Leslie Jacobs. Her brother sits on the KIP board. We have to get outside of this state to get an investigation as to what's going on with all of this money. People in jail, people went to jail in Atlanta just for cheating on the test. We have millions of dollars missing, and it's documented in NOLA.com, and no one is being investigated for fraud, federal money. So that's all that we ask, and we want it on the record, so you all, the new BESE board members, know that money is being misappropriated, is being lost, is being stolen, and no one is being investigated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Ms. Plummer?
Let me repeat it.
Go ahead. Please repeat and start over.
I'm Alicia Plummer. I'm a concerned parent and taxpayer of the state of Louisiana. Piggybacking on Mr. Buckley, I just have a direct question to, not just to BESE, but also to Mr. John White. When can you give us a definitive time that you are going to address the corruption, the theft, the misappropriations of millions of my tax dollars by the RSD that was found in the legislative audit report? Plain and simple. I just want to know, when can we expect something to be done, or we can get answers about an investigation on top of the investigations that's already been done by a legislative body.
I'm sure that the board will be thinking about the questions you're posing.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure the board will be thinking about the questions you're posing.
Okay, and you'll get back to the public when? When can I expect?
I think this point is you're putting in comment. We appreciate your comments, and the board will handle this moving forward.
Say the last part, I didn't hear you.
The board will take into consideration your comments.
Okay, so that means you won't address my direct
This is not a question and answer session at this
No,
point.
that's not what it
Members,
means.
perhaps this would be helpful. Why don't we listen to the commenters, and then I can summarize in a comment in response
That's what I was gonna
afterwards.
suggest.
And I'll be waiting for that time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do I have, sir, go ahead and identify yourself.
Okay, my name is Carl Galvin, representing St. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm here today regarding the $1,800,000,000 that was appropriated by FEMA to build 25 new schools in New Orleans, to refurbish schools and renovate schools. You hired Jacobs Engineering Consortium on December the 7th, 2007 to serve as project manager to build these schools. When he signed the contract, there was non-discrimination laws in the contract. I investigated 12 schools. L.B. Landry, Lake Area School, Fantasy Waiting School, Hines, Langston Hughes, Mildred Osmond, Benville Elementary, Paulville Elementary, Carnegie Wilson, Dolores Aaron, Phyllis Wiggler, and Dunbar Elementary. Now, you claim that you have a DBE. You have a goal of 25%. I requested from Sombra Williams to present me the names of African Americans that have received contracts. She told me that she had a race-neutral policy. Since the money came from FEMA, I contacted FEMA as well as Homeland Security. When you're dealing with federal dollars, there's no such thing as a race-neutral policy. As of the day, she had refused to present to me the names of African Americans that have received contracts. Now, let me just say this. As I investigate this type of activity, I learned how to do this in the U.S. Air Force. There's a non-discrimination laws under this contract. Title VI and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as amended by the Equal Employment Act of 1972. You have violated that particular law. The U.S. Department of Labor Federal Executive Order 11246, Affirmative Action and Non-Discrimination Policies. Also the David Bacon Act, because the deal is that what you're doing is hiring guest workers to work on these jobs. You're bringing them in from South America and Central America and Mexico because they're not covered by the prevailing wage law. Here's an investigation by Southern Power Law Center, close to slavery, bringing in guest workers and jobs in this state that could go to folks who live here in this state, not folks from South America and Central America. Today in this state, we got a $940 million deficit. But you're allowing contractors to hire folks from out of this country to work on jobs when this job should be offered to citizens here in Louisiana. Also, the American Disability Act. Now, according to this contract signed by Jacobs, it says any act of discrimination by the contractor or failure to comply with these statutory obligations, when applicable, shall be grounds for
Mr. Galvin, we appreciate your comments. Will you draw to a close, please?
So the question is that out of 12 schools, less than 2% of the contract went to African Americans. I looked at the bricklayers, the carpenters, the plasters, the cement finishers, electricians, plumbers, iron workers, painters, tile setters, roofers, and central air, central heat. Now, why is that y'all can give contracts to folks out of state? Mildred Osmond School, the prime contract was from Chicago, Illinois. I drove by one morning at 7 o'clock. They had more Illinois license plates than they had Louisiana license plates. Why are these contracts being awarded out of state instead of trying to award these contracts to people within inside Louisiana? That's one of the reasons we have a deficit. in this state because too many contracts are going out of state when it should be going in state. But yet you're going to have to increase the tax to get rid of the deficit. Next year we probably have a $2 billion deficit. I think before you award any contract, first you should try to make it possible to award a contract to someone inside of Louisiana. That's going to pay taxes to the state. And I hope your board members here, the BESE board members, take a look at all these contracts. I see a lot of license plates out of state working on this school out of that $1.8 billion. When are we going to wake up in this state? The Political Code magazine said Louisiana is the worst state in America to live in because of the high poverty rate in this state. In poverty, we rank second, Mississippi ranked first. How can we get rid of poverty when we're giving money out of state to people who don't even live here, don't care nothing about Louisiana? So I hope we wake up in this state in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Barrios, is Ms. Barrios here? Lee Barrios?
Lee Barrios, retired teacher from St. Tammany Parish.
Make sure your microphone's on, Ms. Barrios.
It is on. I can get loud. I'd like to share with you on behalf of Mr. Mark Joyce, who is a Baton Rouge resident and taxpayer, that was sent to the legislature accompanied by a 3-page letter requesting that the legislative auditor, Dale Papera, conduct an inclusive audit of the Department of Ed. It says, with a huge budget deficit in the buildings, there's no room for fraud or financial mismanagement. The issue of transparency, accountability, and oversight is increasingly critical, given the increasing amounts of local tax monies being diverted away from the control of local school boards without the commensurate growth and good financial management. According to the most recent LDOE Minimum Foundation Program spreadsheet, over $242 million is expected to be deducted in 2015-16 from the state's support of local schools and instead given to state charter schools, which effectively removes local tax revenue from local control. I wanted to make you aware that today, February 4th, the Legislative Auditor's Office acknowledged receipt of my request to update its 2013 report, Louisiana Department of Ed, Monitoring of Charter Schools. Given recent findings, coupled with the existing lack of oversight by the Department of Ed, we requested the office formally audit LDOE's financial oversight of all charter-type schools, update LDE monitoring of charter schools, and expand the scope to include recent financial management issues by LDOE. Audits are not new to the LDE and Louisiana's charter schools. The latest in December 2015 highlighted the RSD's inadequate financial controls for the 9th year in a row. LDOE under the current superintendent has not been responsive to the results of external audits. Additionally, LaCia recently questioned Superintendent White about his failure to produce an LAA1 assessment in alignment with the state standards. A letter from US Ed stating they have placed Louisiana in high-risk status for a Title I Part A of ASEA. However, the monies allocated to IDEA are being spent and unaccounted for instead of producing that test. I would hope BESE would consider it within their purview to support this request to Mr. Papera for more financial oversight and to take its own action to hold LDEE accountable to the taxpayers and the children of this state regarding much-needed education dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Superintendent White, you had a couple items you want to clarify, I believe, for the board.
This has become kind of an omnibus item, so I will speak to a broad set of issues, just so you have the background. First, with respect to the gentleman who spoke about the disadvantaged business enterprise component of the RSD's plan, about 7 years ago, the RSD received the state of Louisiana received a lump settlement from FEMA. By the way, we have probably the best FEMA dealer with person on earth on our board, and Ms. Voce, so I'm not telling her anything she doesn't already know. But getting a lump sum from FEMA rather than doing it by way of reimbursement is kind of a novel arrangement, or it certainly was at that time, especially for a project that large. At first, when that project was administered, I would have agreed with the gentleman who spoke and many of about the issue of disadvantaged business enterprise in this project. every project that he mentioned was commissioned prior to Superintendent Dobart and I taking our positions. We instituted a disadvantaged business enterprise program that's overseen by the Urban League of Greater New Orleans that has driven disadvantaged business enterprise participation in our contracts to 29%. So while I fully accept, I actually agree with the problems he was mentioning before regarding 2%, we're now at 29%. That's because of the work of the Urban League, it's because of the work of the Recovery School District, and a concerted recognition that it was unacceptable to have businesses led by people of color not participating in this enterprise. Secondly, with respect to auditing, this is a nearly $2 billion of federal money, community development block grants, and FEMA funding. It is overseen, therefore, by federal auditors and by state auditors, both at the capital project level and because of annual audits by the legislative auditor of both the State Department of Education and of the Recovery School District. The legislative auditor did not have findings in his audit regarding the Louisiana Department of Education this year. So I can tell you that in spite of whatever insinuation someone wants to make, if there is an issue, it is not an issue that has come up to the legislative auditor. Now there is one issue that has come up to the legislative auditor, and that is his finding that there is about $8 million in post-Katrina purchased property. I'm talking about laptops that were purchased in the years after Katrina, and that in the transition of that school system, the transition of 80 schools into newer renovated buildings, moving everything out, moving everything in, the transition of many of those schools from a school board that was structured one way to a school board that's structured another way, the transition of schools from local to the state and back to a charter board, that there were properties lost. And we would all be the first to say that in that time, that very challenging time, property controls was a difficult issue. We've put in place property systems. We've driven that number dramatically down. But it is important to note that a lot of those properties will probably never be recovered because they are computers that are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. And we are working with the legislative auditor. We have accepted and implemented every one of his findings. Finally, let me just speak to the concerns raised regarding IDEA and special education and alternate standards for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. I don't know how we got there in the discussion, but I will raise it. I'll answer it nonetheless because Ms. Barrios mentioned it. A state has to submit under No Child Left Behind a waiver to the federal government to sustain its accountability system. That will no longer exist as of August 1 of this year, and we're going to talk a lot about this later in the day. The federal government has said, we have only one issue with your request for waivers, and that is that because you have yet to approve the final Louisiana student standards, you can't approve or develop the alternate Louisiana student standards for students with significant disabilities. So the commenter is saying that we haven't approved alternate standards for those students. It's not that we don't want to. It's that we've been waiting on the legislature, the governor, to approve the Louisiana student standards, to end the turmoil around standards so that we can develop standards for the most cognitively challenged. Therefore, you taking the step today of approving those standards will allow us to work with special educators, advocates, and parents across the state in developing alternate standards and resolving the issue that was mentioned at the table. I hope that gives you an overview of some of the issues that were mentioned. I appreciate the chance to provide comment.
John, can I ask you a question,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind? Okay, so.
Please use the microphone, Ms. Edmondson, so everybody can hear you.
Before, when the standards were approved and there wasn't anything in the legislation that said we needed to review the standards, what is the reason that we didn't develop an alternate assessment at that time for Law 1 kids or kids with severe disabilities?
The reason is that, just to go back, in 2013, the legislature considered bills challenging the standards. In 2014, the legislature again heard virtually the same bills, and the governor intervened and suspended all testing contracts. In 2015, the legislature stepped in to mandate a one-year contract and a review of the standards. What I'm trying to highlight is that every year that we've wanted to be at the table to actually ask what would the long-term plan for alternate assessments and alternate standards B, political forces intervened and prevented from even getting to the question about standards for the 99%, much less for the 1%. Remember, Louisiana was long a participant in discussions about the NICSIC assessment that would have allowed us an early purchase or participation in a consortium to develop that kind of assessment. When it looked to us like there was going to be political volatility regarding the standards, everything's gotten put on hold. And I'm going to repeat this refrain over and over again. If you want consistency for our teachers, and if you want clarity for our families and for our communities, we have to approve standards, we have to get to a long-term assessment, and a long-term plan on accountability that we're not coming back every spring to debate. I'm not here to give you an orthodox view on what those standards should be. You have educators that have done that. I'm not here to give you an orthodox view on who should win the contract. You have a competitive bidding process to do that. And you have to set accountability policy. But everything about why standards this way, why assessments this way, why a delay on this, why a delay on that, it was the legislature and the previous governor who decided to intervene in what had been a long-standing plan since 2009 to overhaul standards and assessments. Every spring and summer, this board has had to come back and redo that process, and I am begging you to make this the last time. If you want to resolve the issue that Lee Barrios just mentioned, put to rest the 99% standards so we can develop the 1% standards.
We've gone quite afield. Dr. Jones, your question on standards, I think it'll be addressed a little later on as well, or is it on?
Yeah, no, mine's not on standards. Mine is on the documents that we were handed a few minutes ago by the first gentleman who spoke.
Okay.
And, you know, when I receive documents, particularly documents alleging misappropriation of funds or inappropriate actions on something that's under the purview of BESE, I take that very seriously. And I looked at this, and the second page of this was about a $49 million missing for a repayment to FEMA by Holy Cross School. Is Holy Cross School one of our schools?
No, sir.
So what would, you know, I guess the point I'm getting at here is, if you bring me something like that, it ought to have something to do with our responsibility. We don't have any responsibility for Holy Cross. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So that $49 million needs to be subtracted from whatever other issue was there.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Without any other comments from the board, we have a motion in front of us. Do we have any objections? With no objections, motion passes. Our next item, please.
On page 4, item 2.3, consideration of LDE contracts of $50,000 and under approved by the State Superintendent of Education. Recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion? So moved by Ms. Jones, Orange Jones, and second by Mr. Rock. We do have 2 comment cards. Do I have any comments from the board before I go to the comment cards? Hearing none, I'll have Mr. Scott Richard please come to the front, as well as Ms. Lee Barrios. You're passing, Ms. Barrios. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Hopefully the audience can hear. I know I'm sitting in the back and there's a lot of problems with people being able to hear speakers. On this, Scott Richard, representing the Louisiana School Boards Association. Just comments on this particular item are more in regards to governance and good public policy. As I review these contracts that are before the board, most of them have the vast majority of them have a begin date of September, July, or August 2015. I know we're in March 2016, and from a governance perspective, this board approves lots of contracts each time it meets, and would question whether or not, if this is best practice of the board in their internal procedures, to approve contracts that have already commenced. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
To be clear, just to give you, Mr. Richard used the word approve. You are not approving. You are receiving a report on contracts that by state law I have approved.
Thank you for that clarification. Do I have any objections to the motion from the board? Hearing no objections, the motion passes. Next item, please.
On page 9, item 2.4, consideration of RSD contracts of $50,000 and under, approved by the State Superintendent of Education. Recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion? Dr. Jones, second by Dr. Brophy. Any comments from the board? Without any, I will call up Ms. Sandra Ewell, please.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Ewell, and I've lived in New Orleans, Louisiana, all of my life. And I want to address my comments to our representative, Ms. Kira Orange Jones, and also Mr. White. Both you all have come to our communities, and you've heard the concerns of us as very intelligent, informed parents. And you leave our communities the way you came, with no input from us. We love our children, we're concerned about our children, and we feel that we are silenced. I would like that to change. Our attendance and our enrollment in New Orleans, Louisiana is over 90% African American. And we are not involved in the education process. I'm a DBE, a disadvantaged business entrepreneur. I'm a landscaper. I'm no longer one because I did not receive contracts. We need contracts in our African American communities for our contractors. We need equity. We need fairness. It's not being done. I would, if you, Mr. White, you came up with some figures and some comments, we need some proof. Let's see some figures, because I'm not seeing any contracts. If we hire our young African American males, they will not go to jail if they have jobs. We should not have to come here begging for what should be equal and what should be done by you all as our education leaders. I think we need a tremendous change in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're struggling down there. We need education equity. Too many charter schools. We want John McDonough, not chartered. I've lived in that community for over 40 years. My grandparents were not allowed to attend John McDonough High School because it was all white. Now it's black. We want to control some of our schools. We're tired of these people coming from out of town, getting all the money and deciding what happens to our children. I went to a KIPP board meeting. They have 10 schools in New Orleans, Louisiana. The KIPP board meeting did not have one parent on their board. Not even one parent. The board consists of a predominance of white out-of-towners, and some are from the local communities, but they do not represent our children. We want to represent our own children. We have to come to Baton Rouge to complain.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board, you have a motion in front of you. Do I hear any objections? No objections, the motion passes. As we get ready to move into the next items that we have on the agenda, I want to note for the public that we are limiting comments to 2 minutes, strictly enforced, please. What's our next item?
Page 11, item 3.1, consideration of the minimum foundation program formula for fiscal year 2016-2017. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion? So moved by Dr. Brophy, second. Second by Mr. Garvey. Comments from the board, or Superintendent White, you want to preface?
Thank you, members. I'm going to give you just a brief bit of background on what this instrument is and how it was formulated. Most of you probably know this, but just to take us back for a second. The Constitution charges you with establishing a cost of a minimum foundation education and with a formula that allocates it to public school systems equitably. It also is to calculate the share of that cost that a local entity is to pay into the formula. This instrument, upon your approval, will be sent across the street to the legislature. It is a legislative instrument in the form of a concurrent resolution that can be voted up or down by the legislature, but it cannot be edited. It can be sent back to you for your consideration to edit. However, if that process does not resolve itself in any changes, we simply use last year's formula. We are currently in a year where we are using last year's formula, meaning we are currently in a year where we are not using a formula that was passed last year. The legislature did not pass a formula last year. What that means is, if you do not approve this formula, there will actually end up being, potentially at least, less money for public schools than there is in the current year. This formula proposes an increase in concordance with the executive budget that was submitted by the governor. And so that's the final point that I will make, is that this formula is an attempt to reflect what the executive branch has put forward to the legislature as its budget. It approves a $44 million increase in the formula, which will, we think, result in probably about $15 million additional growth because there will be more kids in the school system next year than there are currently this year. Now, as you will probably hear, that is not a net increase overall of funding to school systems. The school systems actually already have that $44 million this year. It just didn't come in the formula. It came through the legislature finding a way to do it outside of the formula. And it is possible, at least, that they'll say that to us again. They'll say, we can't deal with your formula because we're in the middle of a budget crisis. What we can do is wait until the end of the session and figure out whether we can give you the additional money either in the formula or not.
And in that event, John, could I just ask a question? What happens? It just stays like it is?
Stays like it is, and they can find a way to appropriate the funds outside of the formula. Now, here's why I would encourage you to put the money in the formula. Right now, there's a debate that you may have heard of going on in the legislature about mid-year reductions and who should take those mid-year reductions. That's very destabilizing for schools to take a mid-year reduction of the volume that's being discussed, which is $44 million. That wouldn't have been possible had that money been included in the constitutionally protected formula. It's been developed as a consensus recommendation with a working group. It is reflective of the needs of students with disabilities, those students aspiring for dual enrollment course choice courses, as well as our general education needs. So I would encourage its passage with you knowing that this is just one step in a very, very long process, and we could very well be back at the table in a couple of months having the same discussion because the legislature said we need you to rethink this. So nothing you do today is final, but I do think it's a prudent step to conform to the governor's budget and get the process started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Dr. Bope, you had a question or comment?
I had a question about the $44 million that John was talking about, and then the $15 million. So is the $15 million part of that 44?
No, the $15 million is just a projection that the governor has made regarding anticipated student growth for next year. They're anticipating about an additional 3,000 students next year. He has factored that into his budget. You are approving a formula that would result immediately, however, in an increase in the formula of $44 million, even if there's no growth of the number of kids. Let me be clear, however. Public school systems will not experience that as an increase in money. They will experience that as a hold steady, because that $44 million has already been given to them. It's just been given to them not in the formula, but outside the formula.
And I want to also question whether or not this formula represents the task force that studied this issue. So I think that I know that a lot of work happens in public meetings, and just want to recognize that work and make sure that other members are aware.
It does reflect the task force's vote. We had a nearly unanimous vote we had a legislator decide not to vote because his feeling was he'd be dealing with this issue over in the legislature and it was premature for him to endorse it. Otherwise, we had a consensus vote.
And then my last question is whether or not the anticipated growth is something that is steady each year, or do we anticipate greater growth this coming school year?
We've actually, of course, post-Katrina, you see a very fast rate of growth for the decade since Katrina in the Orleans area in particular. St. Bernard, Orleans, St. Tammany, Jefferson, St. Charles are all growing significantly. It's also worth saying that some of the things that have happened in the school system, by and large positives, have kept more kids in school. One of the important things to recognize is you drive your graduation rate up, and I'm anticipating we'll have a very favorable announcement on graduation rate this year, for example. You just have more kids in school. More kids want to send their kids to public school, the state has to pay more money for it. So there are good things that are driving up those numbers. There are also some other things, for example, the fourth grade promotion policy. This year's high schoolers are really the first generation of high schoolers that are really affected by the long-term impact of that fourth grade promotion policy. But that means there are some kids who now stay in the system for 14 years rather than for 13 years. So you have a more expensive policy or more expensive formula to some degree because of that. Growth next year will be slightly slowed relative to growth in over the last 5 years. The reason is we're seeing smaller cohorts of 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and 6-year-olds right now than we were in the years previous. Our best guess is that that's related to the 2008 and 9 recession, and that's the one explanation we can have for why we have smaller cohorts in those grade levels.
Thank you for that. Ms. O'Shea?
I think it's important to note, and everyone has said this, but we can't say it often enough. If we approve the formula that is before us, what we're approving basically is a standstill allocation for K-12 education for next year. We're taking that $44 million, which was appropriated outside of the formula, and trying to put it under the protection of the formula. But it is not an increase to the state for funding for K-12 over what we currently received in the 15-16 school year. So the recommendation that would be coming from this body, if we approve this today, is basically to say we're requesting the same level of funding which was approved in the prior year. And as Superintendent White said, that in the governor's budget, his budget that he is proposing, that's what his proposal is, to keep the funding as it is currently, but to move that $44 million inside. Now, as the legislative process pans out, we don't know how that will play out, and that I'm sure there'll be major discussion and some back and forth movement. But initially, I think it would be very prudent for us to do that. The increase that we talked about for student growth would be there regardless of which formula we approved, because it's based on the number of students who are enrolled. And we know that statewide, that rate of growth, the rate is declining, but we are still experiencing student growth on a statewide basis, which will necessitate some additional funding, but only driven by the number of students that are being educated in public schools across the state. So I would definitely, be in favor of proposing the formula that is, or approving the formula that is before us from the monetary standpoint, because we're asking the legislature to fund us at the same levels that we were funded this year.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher. Ms. Emerson, did you have a question? Or?
Okay. Part of that.
Superintendent, you had a thought?
One thing that occurs to me as I heard Ms. Boucher speak, this is a block grant that is made to school systems. You are not telling school systems how they then take those funds and distribute them to their schools and programs. So I don't want to confuse this with some of the other allocations that you'll be approving later directly to school systems for specific purposes. This goes to school systems to enact their entire program. I also don't want to conflate this with the later question related to Orleans Parish that probably many here are here to comment on. That is about you approving a set of academic weights and then referring it to the local school board so that they can make that ultimate determination as to distributing it among their schools. You are playing your role to send local school boards a grant that they then distribute, and what we're dealing with later will be the question of how does that school board distribute those dollars.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board before I go to public comments? Could I get Ms. Moe, Mr. Richard, Mr. Falk, and Ms. Vandergriff up to the front, please? Richard, you want to get us kicked off?
I was going to allow ladies first, but it's your call. Scott Richard, representing the 69 school boards across the state, and applaud your efforts today to approve the request made by the legislature last year in House Concurrent Resolution 231 that the same amount of money in this year's formula be included in the proposed formula for 16-17. It's very important that we continue to message this standstill component of the formula together and consistently. Later in this discussion, I'm sure you'll hear some very valid concerns from the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council in regards to wording of the actual resolution and special education funding. Those are very serious concerns and valid concerns, and we look forward to working with them as well to improve the formula. But for today's purpose, we respectfully request that you approve this instrument and move it over to the legislature, and that as elected state board members, that you work together with the locally elected, 643 locally elected school board members around the state, and the elected legislators across the street to usher this instrument through the process with consistent messaging that we're making public education funding for K-12 a priority. We recognize the fiscal concerns that the state is in, the fiscal crisis that the state is in, but that by working together to usher this instrument through the process, we can be successful and at least maintain the same level of funding for this year into next year's funding formula. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Falk, Superintendent of Schools, Central Community School System, and representing the Superintendents Association. Again, serving on the task force, we did a lot of work, and I got to say that this is the second year in a row that the board has recommended an increase in the per pupil amount. This year it was done where it increased from $38.55 to $39.61, and that was to roll $69 million of supplemental funding into the formula. And then taking this step, you're doing the same thing, you're rolling the supplemental. I have one request for a technical adjustment. I had spoken to the department when I reviewed the draft, and where it now mentions Type 3B charter schools, it's a technical revision, but it's tied to legislation. And I would ask the board to consider putting the revised statute behind it so that if anybody has a question why it's being put into the formula, that they could refer to the revised statute. The second thing is the $4,015 per pupil is in there. And those are basically the two things throughout the formula. And for the 4 or 5 new board members, the resolution drives everything. The resolution drives the institution of the formula and the plugging in of the numbers and then the distribution of funds. So this document is probably very important.
Thank you. Ms. Moe?
Deborah Moe, representing the Louisiana Association of Educators. I really would like to echo what my two previous colleagues have given you as statements of support. I served on this task force, and I would like to thank the task force for continuing a funding mechanism that does not go backward, that it continues a path forward. We all understand the dire straits that our state is facing financially. However, I really do believe that we cannot balance the budget, the state's budget, on the backs of our children. We need to make sure that we are providing for their needs. This is a good faith effort by the task force presented to you as the BESE board to make sure that our children continue to move forward and not backward. And I would thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Vandergriff.
Doesn't want to work. There we go. Sarah Vandergriff on behalf of the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. I too want to not only echo and commend you all for your proposed MFP with trying to continue the same amount of funds that each school currently receives so that they don't feel like they're receiving any less for the next school year. It's important to have that continuation. I also wanted to take this time and congratulate you as well for what many of you probably don't realize, that Louisiana is one of the leading states in the country, if not the actual #1 state in the country, that provides the most equitable distribution of state funds. Many states actually around the country, specifically if you look to New York, Texas, potentially Delaware, potentially also DC, as well as California, they're actually filing lawsuits as we speak right now because there's an inequity as to how those states distribute state funds. So I just want to say, as I meet with attorneys around the country, it's actually a privilege and an honor to say how people actually want to be like Louisiana, and I'm trying to help states become more like Louisiana. So I just want to let you all know that what this MFP formula represents is actually a big deal, and it's a big deal not only for the citizens of this state, but for leading the country. With that in mind, too, I also want to echo some other comments that people have said with regards to confusion around certain terms or definition. We agree that sometimes terms and definition have not been consistently used, and that's led to many confusion, not only amongst school leaders, but around the public in general. And I think we can all make a bigger effort to help clarify how the MFP funding actually works and make sure that each term and definition is clearly explained and consistently used. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Could I now have Ms. Sandra Ewell, Ms. Lee Barrios, Mr. Sean Fleming, and Mr. Steve Monaghan come to the front? All right, we'll get started then. Mr. Fleming, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Members of BESE, I'm Sean Fleming. I'm with the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. For about 4 or 5 years, we've been having some disagreement over how the funding is distributed based on the needs of students. The disagreements continue today, and I'd like to put an end to it. I have some suggested language clarification as I went through the MFP. I understood maybe how the Department of Ed staff is confusing things because, and I put this in as simple as I can put it, sometimes terms just are not defined. Sometimes the terms that they seem to mean are not the ones that are used or inconsistently used. And so I have some I think they're mostly technical amendments that goes through the document, and I'm willing to share those with you. It's discussing when the weighted and when the not weighted is to be used. It's, I think the first thing that I really recommend is y'all ask for an amendment to define what the state per pupil share and the local per pupil share is, and that should be divided by the weighted amount as your base of starting off all your calculations. That would put you in the right footing. And then I go through the document and I have word changes, and I'll just share with y'all some some examples of how it's really just technical, because if you look at on page 16, legacy type 2 charter schools, it basically says the state cost allocation will equal the number of students multiplied by the state per pupil for the system where the student resides. You turn the page and the local cost allocation equals the number of students multiplied by the local per pupil for the system where the school is located. Those of you, Ms. Voce, who understand the MFP realize that the local and the state shares play off each other. When you say number, and I look at Ms. Voce because I think she understands the MFP better than I, we can use number when we're just talking to each other, but when you're talking about a technical document, you need to say whether you're referring to the weighted membership count or just the membership count, because it matters, and that's what some of the description. And so that's the first thing on my list.
Mr. Fleming, your time's up. Will you draw to a conclusion, please?
I just recommend y'all look at these recommendations closely. It's clarifying language. It's how the state already does most of these, and I'll accept any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Sir, did you share all this with the task force when they were doing this?
This didn't come up, but I didn't have the language that was being proposed till a couple of weeks ago, I've brought these issues to the table every time I could.
Right.
Mr.
Well,
Jones.
the reason I asked that is I would have thought that would have been more appropriately considered as they were working to develop it, rather than bringing it to the table at the point where we're either approving or disapproving.
I agree with you. The language of the MFP was never put on the table for that MFP task force to work through the actual language. Okay. Conceptually, they talked about ideas, but not this specific language in order to make any specific recommendations.
It would be fair to say that we meet on a regular basis and that this has not come up. Which I
did this last night. I really just finished this because
I appreciate you bringing it. So, Sean,
it's just clarifying language.
Here's what I propose. You are taking a committee vote today. You're taking a final vote tomorrow. Aaron, Joan, why don't we see with the language that Sean has drafted? Why don't we see if we can identify if there are, as he says, technical problems with the language, and then bring it back to the board. If you agree to adopt today the formula today, we can bring it back and see if there need to be any amendments tomorrow.
Okay. Dr. Jones,
would an amendment to the motion be in order to authorize the department to make those technical things once we've approved the formula?
I think you could do that, although I don't think you have to. Once they've approved the formula?
Yes.
My only concern with, yes, and I think we should, when you make your final, when the committee of the whole adopts it, we should do that tomorrow. I just don't want, I want to make sure, I sense that some of these things are not entirely technical and maybe substantive.
Right.
So let's give a chance to hash it out, and we'll bring it back tomorrow if there are any amendments.
Ms. Bosha, you had a comment?
Right. I think that's a fair potential resolution to this, because if there are technical in nature and it's things that the formula actually does, but maybe the language isn't quite clear, I think that is a fair suggestion. If these are technical in nature and there are things that the formula actually does and it's just not clear according to the language, I don't think there's a problem with clearing up language by tomorrow. If it's substantive in nature, well, that's a different story. So when we look at that, I'd like us also to look at Superintendent Falk's recommendation when we reference the new Type 3B charters, that we may want to also reference the revised statute number so that there is no dispute over where that's coming from. That would just be another technical piece that maybe we could consider overnight as well.
All right, Ms. Edmondson?
Yes, I just want to say that the MFP is so complicated. We all agree. There are a couple people, including the superintendent, that know much more about it, especially that I think I can speak for the new board members. It's very, very confusing. So my comment is just anything that we can do to all be on the same page for the MFP is what I think would be the proper thing to do going forward. So I appreciate, Superintendent, that we're going to look at that and see what we can do, and then we'll have the final vote tomorrow at the full board.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Ms. Yule?
You know, this is a perfect example of the minimum foundation program, of the lack of information that we receive in New Orleans. Ms. Jones and Mr. White, I think that you all should think about instituting and organizing an advocacy program or something that can educate the community in New Orleans so that we can speak effectively and knowledgeably about these different things, because I am not aware of the minimum foundation program. And I think that anything that involves our children, we should be informed of. So, you know, it's very expensive to come to Baton Rouge from New Orleans. It takes, what, a tank of gas? At least $50 to fill my tank up. You have to take off from work. So I think there needs to be some type of agency, something in place in New Orleans to inform us and involve so that we can be involved. We're not involved in our children's education. So please think about that. I mean, I don't want to come here and argue or seem confrontational, because I'm not a confrontational person. But I would like to see more of an effort to bring information to us and give us input, please.
Thank you, Ms. Yule.
Thank you.
Mr. Monahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Monahan, President, Louisiana Federation of Teachers. This isn't, I don't believe, a forum to go into depth, but I will simply say this. I would like to do a couple of things.
Mr. Monahan, make sure you're speaking close to the microphone. There's some sound issues.
Okay,
Thank
let me
you.
try again.
Better.
That's better? Steve Monahan, President, Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and I promise to be very brief. I'd like to do two things. First, affirm what I heard both Superintendent White and Ms. Fauché said. And Superintendent White, which is the importance of the formula as far as protecting the funds, particularly in regard to what's going on right now across the street. I don't think anybody has to remind on this board that everything's on the table. The $44 million, I think, would be a cut would be a dramatic blow to everyone involved in public education. And second, I think not to lose the messaging that Ms. Fauché brought to the discussion, which is that the formula is a standstill formula. I really flinch when I look at the strikeouts from 275 and 1.37, and it leads to me to end with this basic, I think, safe statement. There's no joy contained in this formula. There's less pain, but there's no joy. And in fairness, there's no joy in what's going on in the state of Louisiana at all right now. And I think a unified voice by this board and everyone involved in public education as we proceed forward is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barrios, you submitted a card. Did you want to pass on that? Thank you. Before we take the vote, I want to remind everybody for future items, if you do not have your card in before we start, we're not taking your comment cards. So make sure you have those in if you're going to put them in. At this time, we have before us a motion to adopt this proposed formula. Do we have any further comments from the board? Dr. Bopey?
Well, I just want to point out that the board hosted a meeting in New Orleans last week. It's my only comment.
Any other comments from the board? You?
The committee is approving the committee whole.
So to clarify, you are still, the motion is still to approve. We will address this tomorrow as the committee of the whole as well. So the motion before you is to approve the formula as presented here. Do we have any objections? Hearing no objections, motion passes. Next item, please.
On page 40, item 4.1, consideration of LDE contracts over $50,000. Recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion from the board? Mr. Garvey, second. Dr. Jones? Do I have any comments from the board on this matter? Not hearing any. I do have Ms. Barrios who submitted a card.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. I usually get up here to object to some of the contracts listed for you all to approve, but now I'm actually objecting because I still see, with reference to some of my previous comments, no contract for an LAA1 assessment. Mr. White, with regard to your attempts to muddy the waters regarding USAID's notice to you of noncompliance. Your legal responsibility to redo alternate assessments to align with state standards began when we adopted the new Common Core state standards in 2010. You've put Louisiana in violation ever since standards changed. The day the tests changed for all kids, and they have several times, it should have changed for special needs kids taking alternate assessments. Those children and their teachers have been held accountable, but you have not until now. I would like to also note in Lucia's letter to you, they requested information. And one of the things they requested is for 5 years in a row, they'd like to know where the money went. In 2010, $212,000 budgeted to develop alternate assessments. In 2012, $2,012,000. In 2013, $3,208,800, and so on and so forth. So again, when it comes to spending the state's money, and what federal money in this case, under a federal requirement, I ask that BESE look further into this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Jones, and then we'll come to you, Ms. Evans.
Point of order, are we discussing contracts for approval that are on the agenda or contracts for approval that are not on the agenda?
We're on agenda item 4.1 here.
Right.
Consideration of contracts.
Right.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding your.
Well, what the point I'm getting at here is the previous comments were essentially about things that we have two contracts on the table before us. Am I right? Okay. Those two contracts are the points that we're discussing, not about contracts that might or should or could or would have been on the.
Very good point. Very good point. Note that from the board side. Ms. Evanston, your
Well, I was
comments?
just going to ask for Ms. Barrios to come up and explain something to me, but if that's the way we're going to.
We're on these two in front of us, and I don't know, Superintendent, do you have a comment you want to make before we take a vote?
Okay. I'll ask the superintendent about the money that Ms. Barrios is referring to that was appropriated for the assessments. Yeah, it's fair to ask where that money went.
Totally fine. There is not money appropriated for any assessment. The Department of Education has a general fund budget and has charges under the law, and we have to use that budget to meet the charges under the law. We have a general contractor for testing. It's just like you hire a general contractor to build your house. They don't do the floorboards, they don't do the drywall, they don't do the roof. They have subcontractors who do those things. The general contractor, one of the things, and this gets to Ms. Edmondson's question, one of the things they do is produce an alternate assessment. They also administer the LEAP, they also administer the iLEAP, they also administer the EAGLE, they also administer the end of course test. So this is one thing among an omnibus large-scale contract that they are charged with doing. And they administered, as they have every year, the Law 1 assessment. They every year have to develop and implement a Law 1 assessment. They developed and implemented a Law 1 assessment. What we have yet to do is to upgrade our Law 1 assessment, which most other states have done. And the reason is we've been involved in a game of politics intervening every spring and summer for the last 3 years in our standards. Once we get our standards done, we'll get our alternate standards done. Once we get our alternate standards done, we'll go to that general contractor and we'll tell them, change the test to meet with not the old Law 1, but the new alternate assessment standards.
Okay. And we've gotten a little far afield yet again on these. We're getting into assessments outside the two contracts in question at this time. So I'd rather just not go any further on that path at this time. Dr. Jones, you have something?
All I was going to say is neither one of those items that you just discussed are involved in either one of these two contracts before us. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other comments on the contracts in front of us? Not having any more, do I hear any objections to the motion? Not hearing any objections, motion passes. Next item, please.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Davis, before we get to the next thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that to the board, I appreciate Superintendent White answering the question because I think we've heard from the audience that they feel like they have not been kept up to speed on what's going on. So, for one, I want to do anything I can to make sure that the public understands what we're doing. And I appreciate Superintendent White doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. Next item, please.
On page 43, item 4.2, consideration of federal state grants and allocations to LEAs, Type 2 charters, Type 5 charters, approved non-public schools, and community-based organizations, competitive and other. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion from the board for this item? So moved by Mr. Garvey, second by Mr. Rock. Ms. O'Shea?
I'm going to have to recuse myself because one of the pre-K grants, obviously, it goes to local districts. My district is one of them, so
Please let the record reflect Ms. O'Shea recused herself from this discussion.
I'm going to do the same thing, Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay. Add Ms. Kathy Edmondson to that recusal as well, please. Do I have any comments from Ms. Lewis?
I have a question on the student-centered goals, the $81 million allocation. If someone from the department can kind of walk us through the allocations on page 59, with the state allocation of $7 million, and I don't even know what IAT is, that allocation for $67 million. Do we have someone who can talk about that?
On page
Superintendent,
59,
can you address that?
There are a number of funding streams that are for early childhood seats. The way that our early childhood system now works is you have a lead agency, and that lead agency typically is a school board. In a couple of cases, it is a non-governmental organization. That agency gathers private schools, traditional public schools, charter schools, child cares, and Head Starts, measures the demand for enrollment in their given parish, and then makes an application to the state for funds across a number of funding streams. The state then responds and says, okay, in light of how many students, families have signed up, these are the grants that we will send. And what you see here are the allocations that are responsive to that local request.
So exactly what is IAT?
Interagency transfer, which is just a term for some of the funding. The way that this funding flows across state government is it flows not directly from the state appropriated by the legislature to this entity, but it flows through the Department of Education. It's an interagency transfer.
So this is state budget money.
Some of it is state money, some of it is federal money.
So approving this allocation, is it in jeopardy with the current budget situation?
Yes.
You're approving
Yes, it could. This
$74
funding could be jeopardized. But this is the awkwardness. This is the awkwardness of the state funding process. On one hand, and that's true of the MFP, by the way, anything that you're approving for the 17-18 year is just an estimate of what will be in the budget for 17-18. That budget has not gone through the legislative process. And what you're seeing right now in the legislature is, and Ms. Lewis, we're now 8 months into the fiscal 16 year, and we're still debating whether or not we're going to be able to spend the money that you had approved to be allocated a year ago. That's the nature of this process. Unfortunately, this is the best estimate as to what can be expected. And I would say this to you. Early childhood has been a victim of state budget cuts without strong notice in the media or in the public eye. It's gone on for too long, and I urge the legislature to please not cut early childhood education when they need to make cuts. Child care registers in this state have gone from 40,000 to 15,000. Already we've seen every ounce of general fund for LA4 and for non-public school early childhood be slashed from the budget mid-year this year. It's got to stop at some point, and I hope that it doesn't. For now, we're going to base it on our best guess, and we'll see what happens.
Dr. Bovee?
That was my concern about it being not funded. Okay, thank you.
I need the staff to check this particular item and see if we have anybody else on the board that needs to recuse themselves.
While the staff is checking that, do we have any strong comments? So they'll check that out. We'll get an answer from them. Could I go ahead and have Ms. Elizabeth Jeffers, Ms. Lee Barrios, and Ms. Sandra Ewell come to the front for comment? Pass. Ms. Jeffers, Ms. Yule?
Yeah.
Ms. Jeffers? And hold on just a second before you introduce yourself. We'll have this situation identified before any comments come in from the board. So go ahead, Ms. Jeffers, introduce yourself and move forward.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Jeffers, resident of New Orleans, and from...
Make sure you're speaking very closely to the mic so you can pick up in the back.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Jeffers, certified teacher and resident of New Orleans. I came here because I was an employee of Laurel Elementary when it became Renew Schools. And now all this is starting to come out about Renew was taken over, the school was taken over and it became SciTech. This is relevant to the item at hand because some of the information that is coming out in the newspapers and whatnot about fraud.
Ms. Jeffers, is this relative to one of the items of consideration here?
If you allow me to finish my sentence. Consideration of federal, state grants and allocations to LEAs. Type 2 charters, Type 5 charters. I'm referring to a Type 5 charter. And I'm talking about special education, which is funded by the federal government and is also funded through the state. Those are allocations. And there are some serious violations going on. They've only investigated one school, but Renew has 6 schools. If you look at the document on the back of page 3, it says what they did is they submitted the wrong numbers of special education students. So, for example, for Tier 1, they submitted that there were 40 students in Tier 1, but there were actually only 17. For Tier 2, they submitted, well, Tier 3, they submitted 29 students, and there were actually only 12. So this, it says in here, this is the report from the Louisiana Department of Education that I just wanted to highlight to our BESE representatives so that you can make sure this is looked into properly. It said this would result in the school receiving approximately 1.167, basically $1.2 million above the base amount per pupil for students without disability.
Ms. Jeffers, I don't know if people can hear you. You're not speaking in the microphone, and I'm not sure which item you're referring to.
I'm referring to the federal money that you're receiving for Type 5 charter schools. And this specific Renew charter schools is receiving federal money and for special education under IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. However, there are numerous violations going on. It was also reported that this school was encouraged to cheat on the test so they could receive additional funding from the Charter School Growth Fund. The investigation has just been about one of the Renew schools, but I personally feel that it should be on all the Renew schools, because if this is happening in one of their schools, I'm quite sure there are other problems, and it says that the administration was aware of what was going on. So I'm just asking the board.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
And our representatives to look into this and make sure that it's dealt with appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Ms. Samuel Yule submitted a card. I don't know if she left the room or if she's back, but all right. Not seeing Ms. Yule. Do I have any other comments from the board? No other comments? Do I have any objections to the motion? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Ms. Holloway, you were recused as well. So we have Ms. Holloway, Ms. Edmonston, and Ms. Vaucher recused from this particular motion. Duly noted. Now to ask again, call for the motion at hand. Do I hear any objections? None noted. Motion passes. What's our next item, please?
On page 67, item 5.1, consideration of RSD contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The recommendation is to approve.
Do we have a motion from the board on this matter? Dr. Jones, second. Dr. Bopey? Any discussion from the board? Do I have any comment cards? No comment cards. Do I hear any objection to the motion? Not hearing objection, the motion passes. I think we should take about a 5-minute break before we get to our next item. I'm not the only one thinking that, am I? Welcome back for the show. What's our next item, please?
On page 73, item 5.2, consideration of the Orleans Parish differentiated funding formula. The recommendation is to approve.
Can I get a motion to approve? Moved and seconded by Dr. Thomason. All right, a couple of ground rules as we get ready to move into this. Obviously, this is a big issue. We've got a packed house, lots of comment cards. We're going to get some background information and move through this. We do get the comment cards. I do want to reiterate, we have 2 minutes on those. We have enough of those to last us a very long time. I would ask each of you respectfully, understanding this is a very important topic, to please be respectful of time of everyone in this room. Try to get to your point as quickly as you can. And if the point has been made by others in your party or in your group or similar stances have already been established, please do not come up and use that time. I would just ask that respectfully, recognizing everyone needs to have a voice, but we all are in this room to get information and move forward. So keep that in mind when we do get to the comment card section here shortly. We do have a motion and a second. To get us started, let's get some background information. I'm going to turn to the superintendent to provide some overview for that.
Thank you. Members, as the chairman alluded to, obviously this is an issue that comes with a lot of personal concerns that I'm sure we'll hear quite a lot about. This affects a large number of students in direct ways. I do think that, however, it's helpful to go back to clarify first, before I pass it to my colleagues who work in New Orleans, to clarify what it is exactly that you are voting on and how the laws determine what you are supposed to vote on. Your job today is very narrow. Your job today is not to approve a big sweeping formula. Your job is not to allocate monies. Your job is to approve a set of needs and characteristics that the law charges you with approving. So you today are not approving a funding formula. You're not approving allocations of dollars to go to schools. You are playing your role in a process to approve the needs and characteristics that will ultimately determine the dollars that go to a specific set of schools. And let me just read to you the language from the law that describes what it is that is to happen. Dollars to Type 1, 1B, 3, or minimum foundation formula funds to Type 1, 1B, 3, 3B, 4, and 5 charter schools that are located within the district, in this case it is Orleans Parish, shall be allocated using a district-level computation based on student characteristics or needs as determined by the state board. Let me say that last part. Based on student characteristics or needs determined by the state board. You are here today to play your role, which is to determine the student characteristics or need. You are hearing a proposal that, per this law, has been represented by a task force, a committee that was convened by membership determined by the law. The needs and student characteristics that you are going to vote on today are those that are recommended by a 10-to-1-to-1 vote by that task force. And as my colleagues will discuss, then the construct, these needs and characteristics, goes to the local school board that determines the allocations of funding to be made to the schools. So the chain of events is as follows. You just approved an MFP. That MFP will send money to the school board. A committee was required by the law to meet to recommend to you characteristics and needs. You are approving or considering for approval those characteristics and needs. That then gets referred to the local school board that will make the allocations per those needs. When the school board does that, they will have to consider a lot more. And the task force spoke to a lot more. The task force spoke to limits, for example, on how much a school could gain or lose by way of this switch in the needs and characteristics. But your role today is to vote on needs and characteristics. Before we have any board discussion, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask if my counterparts, the two superintendents and the two chiefs of staff, address the discussion by way of a presentation to give you further detail. But I wanted just to first focus the board on that idea of the narrow task of approving needs and characteristics before they do that. With that, I'll pass it to Ms. Garden and Ms. Nard.
Yes, Mr. Garvey.
Superintendent, can I clarify what the motion is before we hear from them, or would you suggest that I wait even on that until after we hear from the
That's a good idea, Mr. Chairman.
I would suggest us wait just a little on that. At this point, we have a motion to approve his recommendation. We may have to adjust that.
Is it a motion to approve the recommendation, or is it a motion to consider the Orleans differentiated funding formula?
I think it's it would be a motion to adopt, wouldn't it, in this case?
The motion I made was for consideration. I understand I have a board member who will clarify the motion, but we need to, we have it on the table.
We have a motion on the table to approve as it is. That allows, in a second, that allows us for discussion. So
Right.
we can come back to anything beyond that point. But we've
To clarify the
opened for
motion
discussion
later.
at this point. Okay. So who do we want to have speak first, Superintendent?
Ms. Narachania and Ms. Garden.
Good morning, BESE members. My name is Kunjan Narachanya. I work at the Department of Education, and I was the facilitator of the Act 467 working group in Orleans, along with Mary Garton, my counterpart from the Orleans Parish School Board. We're joined by the two superintendents in New Orleans, and Mary and I will present a short PowerPoint to you explaining three things. One, background on Act 467. Two, the composition of the committee in New Orleans, as well as the nature of our work as a committee. And third, our final recommendation and our specific ask to you. Once we're done, our superintendents are going to provide comment, and then we can answer questions. So as you all know, and as you all just approved, this body, the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, establishes the minimum foundation program, which then is approved by the legislature. MFP funds, as you all know, are a block grant to districts. In other words, local superintendents take MFP dollars and determine how best to allocate them across a parish based on the needs of students and individual schools. And so what that means is if in a parish a superintendent has two equally sized schools, two schools say that each have 500 students, but one of those schools serves a population of students with autism, the superintendent can make a decision to allocate more MFP dollars to the school that serves a population of students who have more severe needs.
So Act 467 of the 2015 legislative session sets out to equitably fund services for students with the greatest needs. The law requires BESE and all local school districts to fund charter schools based on characteristics of students enrolled in these charter schools. Act 467 does preserve the right of the local parish to distribute funds to traditional schools. Orleans, however, is of course a unique system. It is a nearly all charter district with considerable variation in student populations across its schools. Given this, the central administration does not, in the way that was just described, make decisions about allocating resources to schools and students that have needs in those schools in the same way that a traditional system would. Act 467 requires that a working group of local New Orleans leaders develop a unique district-level computation to address the needs of students within our parish. The Act 467 working group was made up of 12 New Orleans leaders representing Orleans Parish Public Schools and Recovery School District schools and children's advocacy organizations. The working groups convened multiple times since November of 2015, including 5 times in person. The working group facilitator met individually at least once with each committee member, and OPSB and RSD each had 4 meetings with schools under our own jurisdictions throughout the process.
The goal of our working group was twofold. It was, one, to develop a district-level computation that ensures schools are funded for the specific needs of the students enrolled within their buildings. But also, and equally importantly, we wanted to ensure that no individual school was destabilized through the implementation of such a district-level computation. Our working group accomplished this in the following ways. First, the district-level computation we are recommending provides a base amount for every elementary school student and a slightly higher base amount for every high school student. Students will have, there will be dollars added to the base for any student that has special needs, is learning English, is over age, or is identified as gifted and talented. And as I mentioned, we wanted to ensure that no school was destabilized, and as such, we have ensured a cap on any individual school's loss such that no school loses more than 2% of its current years per pupil in any future year. The working group met for the final time last week and approved this formula 10-1 with 1 abstention. And at this point, we are asking BESE to consider, as the superintendent suggested, the very thing the law asks you all to approve, which are the student characteristics and needs identified by the working group to serve as the basis of the district-level formula for public schools in New Orleans. Those student characteristics are, 1, special education tiers 1 through 5. The explanation for what those tiers are provided in your backup. English language learners, overage students, and students who are classified as gifted and talented. Implementation of this district-level computation will happen per Act 467 on July 1st, 2016, after authorization by the Orleans Parish School Board or the superintendent of the Orleans Parish School Board on authority by the board itself. I want to thank all of the committee members who participated. They all spent an extraordinary amount of time devoted to this issue. I want to thank them for their commitment to the students of New Orleans. I also want to thank all the community groups that have expressed support. I want to express my thanks to the schools who have committed to this formula. 90% of the schools in New Orleans have signed on to this formula, and I want to thank all of them for their support throughout this entire process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Patrick Dobart, Superintendent of Louisiana Recovery School District. And members, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and share with you all. And the first thing I want to say is that Act 467 really afforded the city of New Orleans what I would call a progressive opportunity to really further enhance the unification of schools in our city. We mentioned that the legislature did require the RSD to work cooperatively with Orleans Parish School Board and Superintendent to develop a citywide single funding formula. This really presented an excellent opportunity for us, but it has also been a huge task because this is one of those areas where we talk about unifying the schools. And as you saw yourselves, many of you came, I believe, a week or two ago, when you visited the city, you saw the fruits of some of the efforts we've already done to unify certain elements of the city. And those things were, you saw in action, students in schools via getting there through our One App process, which is our open enrollment process for schools to be able to easily access schools and programs. We also have unified around a common hearing office for expulsions for students throughout the city to make sure that the processes are fair and that we serve all our kids and families well. We've done a number of facility planning jointly. You've seen all those, majority of those facilities, and have toured the grounds. And we've also unified in a joint way, continue to work around renewal standards, making certain that for both Orleans and RSD, we have high renewal standards for charters. And so now, as we work towards unifying the system and working with all schools in OPSB leadership, we realize that now we need to create a solution as per the legislature and then ultimately with the OPSB to come together around this unified process. And this is huge. This is a very large system-wide thing. And when we start talking about particularly around financial impact, I want you to understand that the committee that worked on this, they really worked very hard to come with a process that was overwhelmingly supported, as you saw, by a wide margin, but with lots of input from those members that were tasked with it, as well as their stakeholders. And Superintendent Lewis and I, we're proud to sit here before you in knowing that we have a unique responsibility ahead of us, and we want to continue to move this forward. So with that, I hand it over to Superintendent Lewis as he wants to share some remarks.
Thank you, Superintendent Dobart, and good morning. I thank you for this opportunity to discuss Act 467, and I also would like to reiterate, just as Superintendent Dobart mentioned this morning, that this is a significant progress toward the broader goal of unification of schools here in the city of New Orleans. Having a singular formula will always help us as we progress to having those schools return back to local control. But I must say this morning, just as we heard from Superintendent White, as the MFP formula is calculated, and as that formula is calculated and that block grant is submitted to a district, as superintendent of the Orleans Parish School Board, I do not have the same opportunity that every other superintendent has at this time, because what happens, once that block grant is received, the superintendent look at the needs of their district and determine how funds will be allocated to serve all the students of the district. In New Orleans, we all know we have more than 90% of our schools are charter schools. And once the calculations are done, those dollars go directly to those schools. So if we're going to have the opportunity to be able to do what other school districts have the opportunity to do, we have to do it a little differently. And the way that we are able to accomplish this is to look at characteristics that will fund schools in such that students that are more expensive to educate, that there's something in the formula that will allocate additional dollars to make that happen. And so just as my counterparts across the state of Louisiana as superintendents have the option to be able to fund their schools accordingly based on needs in schools, we need to have the same thing in place in New Orleans. And having a unified funding formula is the way that we're able to accomplish. Currently in OPSB, we have 5 schools that I directly manage, and all the other schools are charter schools. So as superintendent of the network schools that I directly manage, I have the option as we do those calculations to even look at those needs to determine how I will fund those schools. So again, I know this is a very difficult process, but when we look at unification of schools, and when we look at making sure that we're able to educate all of our students in the city of New Orleans, we know that a unified formula is definitely the direction that we need to go in. This committee that was put together, it also showed that RSD and OPSB, that we can come together, make some tough decisions. No, we will not always agree, but we can work collaboratively to build a new school system for the children of the city. And we did this through this process as well. This process brought us to a proposed unified formula that will ensure funding across all of our schools for students with additional needs. But also in this process will protect schools that, if you would have a difference in their allocation from previous years by having a cap. I am pleased to be here this morning to present the product of the work of the committee. The committee and our schools, again, as I said before, yes, this has been a very difficult task before us, but we are very proud of the work that we're doing in New Orleans because, again, we're working together to unify all of our schools for the children that we have been charged to serve in the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Superintendent Dobart, do you have anything else you want to add?
And just in closing that, again, you've heard a lot, use the word a lot, unification. And that's what this is truly another step towards. And there were a number of people, Mr. Chairman, who worked on this committee, educators, stakeholders, who had varied interests but was required by this act to participate. And they were very thoughtful and really, really purposeful in their work. And if it pleases the chair, we would like to allow the committee members to be able to just share brief words with the members on the work that they've done, and then we defer to you, Mr. Chairman.
That'd be great. Before you guys get up, though, before we have the committee members who are here speak, I want to ask if the board has any comments for you guys as the superintendents and staff, lead staff on this project, and then we'll hear from the committee and move into public comment. Does anyone from the board have anything they'd like to add at this point or say?
I just want to thank you for working together. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys. Ms. Evanston?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. Were there parents on the committee of 12, 10, 11, 12? Are there any parents on that committee?
Any parents on that committee?
Parents of kids in school, either OPSB
yes,
or
I believe
RC.
that one of the members, I think Jay Altman, has a child in all these parish schools, if I'm incorrect, Jason. But there wasn't a parent representative. That's the question.
Okay.
If that's the question.
May I be clear just about one thing?
Yeah.
The legislature told them who had to be on the committee.
It's prescribed in law.
That's what I was getting
Yes,
ready to
ma'am.
ask you, because I figured that you would if it hadn't been a predetermined. Also, the tiers, this may not be the appropriate time, but the tier 1 through 5 SPED, how is there money determined for each tier? Do we know that? I mean, is this
Yes.
too early to ask? Okay.
So there are the tiers in the special education were determined by a review of all of the needs of students across Orleans. So we took a look at every student who has special needs and determined what their disability was and how many service minutes and what services were provided to those students. We then tiered all of those students and by a study of the services and the associated budgets allocated dollar amounts.
Okay.
However, the role of this board, correct me if I'm wrong, is not to approve those weights or that amount of money. Is that right?
That's right. So the role of this board is, as is stated on this slide, to approve the student characteristics that will be the basis of the district level computation. So you are considering just the categories on this slide.
Thank you. Ms. Bosher, did you have a comment or question earlier?
No, I'd like to reserve my comments until after I hear what the public has to
Excellent,
say.
excellent. Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah, we have a few of the, if not all, I know several of the committee members. We only have room for a few at a time, so let's get Sean Toronto up, Brady Shanu, I'm sorry, Ben Cleben, and Kathy Reiglander start, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
in light of the information that we've received today, specifically around the action that our board will take regarding the student characteristics, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't understand anything she said.
So, Ms. Carolyn, would you repeat that back into your
In
microphone?
light of the information that we just received today about the narrow scope of our role today in this process, I'd like to clarify the motion that's on the table by offering a substitute motion.
That would be fine. Do you have the motion to state?
I
this now?
have the very beginnings of language that I
Okay.
can put forward, but I'd need the staff to be more specific.
Understand. Do
Okay.
we have some more specifics on that from the staff person that can be read so we can
And
have a motion and second then?
The spirit of the new motion would be to address the action that we are being asked to take today around approving the student characteristics.
Noting the substitute motion, and do we need to have can we get along the spirit of the narrow defined? So we essentially we'll be narrowing down the motion to approve with more specific aspects of that.
Absolutely.
Then we're not changing the actual spirit of the motion on the table. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Just providing more details in the motion. Then we'll read that motion back at full to ensure that the entire board is on with the specifics of the motion before the vote's taken. It does not change the aspect of the original motion, to be clear on that.
Okay, before you read, this is going to be a substitute motion?
Correct.
And you need a second. Mr. Armstrong, just make sure.
We have a second from Mr. Garvey. So again, that is just to clarify more details on the motion when we get to the vote, and we'll clarify that further before voting at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you guys for coming up to the front. I called for the C3. Ms. Kathy Reiglander, Ben Cleben, Brady Shanu, I'm sorry, I can't read that one, and Sean Toronto.
Mr. Chairman, could we ask them to clarify what position they held in that in this process what representative they were?
Absolutely. If you would do so, whoever starts, just identify who you are, who you're with, and what role, what capacity you sat on the committee, please.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? I am Sean Taranto, CEO of
Make sure you speak closer to the microphone and that it's on, and that'll be just an ongoing issue for all of us, please.
Good morning, I am Sean Taranto, CEO of Einstein Charter Schools located in the Michoud community of New Orleans East, where we house one of the largest ELL populations in our beautiful city. I was a committee member on the working group 467. I found it to be very engaging, very serious, and the outcomes I applaud. I believe it was very important for us to identify the children that cost more to educate. As a school with not only ELL learners and special ed, the funding is necessary. I also believe as more and more immigrants come into our city, that more and more schools will also have large ELL populations. I do want to say that working with this committee and Kunjan and all involved, that everyone on this committee understood ELL and the costs associated with it, as well as special ed. I am in full support of this formula, or this designation. However, I have asked Superintendent Dobard and Superintendent Lewis to form a committee on behalf of ELL to research the costs associated with funding that program. They have agreed, and I'm sure we'll be meeting soon. As always, this is in the best interest of all of our children, and so I do sincerely appreciate that they did act on behalf of this to form a committee to research ELL. And as we work on that, I want to reiterate that I am in full support of this funding designation, and I do appreciate the committee's work on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toronto.
Brady Shannon with the Louisiana Association of Public
Make sure you speak up and closer to the mic. I'm sorry, y'all got to really be conscious of that microphone.
Is it on? Okay. Brady Shannon with the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. Thank you for hearing this today. I want to thank my fellow working group members who engaged in this process with me and, like myself, voted overwhelmingly in support of the funding formula and the characteristics which you are voting on today. This is about creating a system where all children are funded based on their needs and recognizing that we have an incredibly diverse set of children with a diverse set of needs. I'm confident that because of this process and this formula, families in New Orleans will know that whatever school they choose for their child will be funded and prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riedlinger? I don't think it's on, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to be careful because I also have a card in to speak, so I can pass if you would like. I just don't want to not be able to use my time later on.
You can use that time now.
I'd rather not. So.
Well, then if you'll pass, I'll bring you back up later on then. Okay, Mr. Cleveland?
Good afternoon, or good morning, thank you. I'm Ben Cleveland, the president of New Orleans College Prep Charter Schools. We operate 3 RSD charter schools in New Orleans as well as a Head Start program. I was also on the Act 467 task force, and I'm really proud of what we've come up with together. The result is really remarkable. To have 90% of the public schools across both RSD and OPSB support this proposal speaks loudly. And I think what it says is that this is the right thing to do for children. The formula ensures all schools in New Orleans are funded equitably according to their needs, and we will prioritize additional resources for our school system's most vulnerable children. The mechanics of this formula can be difficult for folks to understand who aren't in the weeds of school budgets, as I am, and many others are next to me. Making it worse, unfortunately, there has been a great deal of misinformation spread around in recent weeks. I'm going to speak plainly about these issues because I think this is a very important issue. And the children who are going to be affected by it deserve a rich and honest, open debate. But I say that with the intention of also stating that I respect my colleagues, that this is a professional discourse. Many have asked, why should New Orleans have a different funding formula than the rest of the state? As Kunjan described, it's because the Orleans school system is different than every other parish. It's almost all charter schools. Where other parishes have a superintendent with the power to take the MFP block grant and distribute resources according to a student's need. For example, if they have a student that costs $75,000 to serve, as some of our schools do, that superintendent has the ability, as many of you know because you have superintendent experience, to send those additional resources to that child. Because of the structure of our school system in New Orleans, we don't have that opportunity. And so this formula essentially levels that playing field and makes New Orleans actually more like other parishes, so that those resources get to the kids that need them. The truth is, schools across New Orleans serve very different proportions of high needs children. The schools I operate in New Orleans College Prep are on average 15% special ed. Citywide average is about 11. There are selective admission schools that serve much lower populations than that, 4% at Lusher and even less than 1% at Ben Franklin High School. The reason we need the citywide formula is to account for these imbalances in the system and put all schools, both RSD and OPSB, on a level playing field that normalizes funding according to the level of need presented by the actual population. The stakeholders of the selective admission schools will bemoan how this formula will rob their students of funding and their future. We have all heard this rhetoric. They say we shouldn't provide money for special needs students at the expense of gifted students. But the reality is these schools have been overfunded for years, benefiting from the additional MFP funding that was intended by law to go to special education and at-risk students that they are not currently serving. Furthermore, the gifted and talented weight in our state MFP formula provides a per pupil amount that is 3 times the level of an at-risk student. It's the highest gifted and talented weight in the country. And as an educator, and I know the educators that are on this board, I know any superintendent here will tell you they do not spend 3 times as much on a gifted and talented student as they do on an at-risk child. As a result of the overfunding, these schools have had annual surpluses that have led to very large fund balances. One school has a cash reserve of up to $20 million. Despite the fact that these schools could afford to even cover the impact of this formula themselves, the committee decided to protect these schools from ever experiencing more than a 2% deficit. To give context, that means the maximum a school will lose is $170 per pupil, made back in future years as local tax revenues rise. Some of the schools affected will lead you to believe that this formula will result in the shuttering of gifted and talented programs. This simply is not true. The small number of schools affected here have the largest fund balances in the city, and the proportional impact of $170 per pupil is a much smaller issue than they will have you believe. Schools have questioned, where will this money come from the hold harmless? Despite what some will tell you, the committee talked about this at great length. There are 3 options. One is there is a recent BP settlement of over $20 million in addition to OPSB's fund balance for a total of $60 million, far more than they need. 2, there are deferred revenues that are projected to continue to come in that represent an additional amount of money over what was originally projected by MFP. And 3, as a final last resort, and I hope we don't go there, we could theoretically fund this hold harmless through the formula itself. The point being that we will work together, as we have so far, along with our colleagues in OPSB's administration on the board, to figure out a path forward. The money is there. The truth is, the public rhetoric from opponents to this formula has been riddled with hyperbolic and false information. Letters have been released to frighten parents of the selective admission schools, stating that their children's future is at risk, that this formula is somehow going to drive the middle class out of public schools in order to fund historically underperforming and mismanaged schools. This type of rhetoric is simply wrong, it's divisive, and it needs to be corrected. And so schools like mine at New Orleans College Prep and many of the RSD schools in the room have actually increased the performance and the well-managed, the positivity of management in our schools tremendously. And New Orleans College Prep has grown the performance of Crocker from an F to a C in 2 years, and of Cohen High School from an F to a B in 4 years. Many of my RSD colleagues here have done similarly. Together, we have brought dozens of schools up from decades of failure and mismanagement. And what most people don't realize is we've done that work while simultaneously serving higher than average proportions of high-need students with less than an appropriate share of MFP funding.
Mr. Cleveland, I'm asking you to go ahead and wrap up, please.
It's time to unify our schools and not divide them. This formula does that. I appreciate your time and support. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's hear from the remaining committee members that we have, and then we'll move into further comment. Could I have Jay Altman, please, Jennifer Coco, and Alexina Medley, please? Make sure your microphone's on, and you got to speak very closely to it.
Great. Is this on? So I also want to thank everyone on the
Please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jay Altman. I'm the CEO of First Line Schools in New Orleans, and was a member of the task force, and appreciate the work that the staff on the task force did to make the work clear every step of the way. We had a simple challenge, really, which is that some students have more needs than other students, and those greater needs are more expensive. And at the same time, because of the way that we had allocated funding between OPSB and RSD post-Katrina, some students, most of the students with special needs were in schools that were in the RSD. And so the funding allocations were being borne for special needs were being borne disproportionately by RSD schools. All this is a corrective to make the support for students with special needs equitable across all schools. At the same time, we realize that many of our colleagues who work in schools with lower proportions of students in special needs have financial models that are based on the funding they had been receiving, and we did not want to destabilize those schools. So we set a cap of 2% on the impact relative to the current revenues. There has been some talk about that this new formula hurts not students who do not have special needs. I think it's important to note that there are students who do not have special needs in all the schools in the city, and that if the schools that serve the highest proportion of students with special needs do not receive adequate funding, then the students without special needs in those schools also bear that burden disproportionately. And so this really was an attempt to try and find a solution that was equitable and tried not to destabilize existing schools as we transition to this more equitable formula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Coco. I am a senior staff attorney with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I was appointed to this commission working group, I'm assuming in part because of our work on behalf of students with disabilities in the city of New Orleans. But to this working group, I also brought my perspective as an attorney who has advocated on behalf of English language learners to push for these vulnerable students that I work with every day to be reflected in this proposal. I voted to support this proposal, and I'm here today to urge that you do as well. This proposal is fair, and it is equitable, and it is smart. It achieves the goal of ensuring funds go to the students who need it the most. This proposal recognizes that our schools are only as good as the success that we bring to our most vulnerable students, the ones who without us would not succeed. Therefore, it wisely differentiates based on students' needs, allocating different weights to those students who, frankly, cost more to educate. This formula is necessary because, as my colleagues have mentioned, our city is not like the rest of the state. We are one city juggling over 70 independent school systems, each independently administered, each designated to be everything and provide everything to any student who comes through the door, no matter their disability, their level of English language proficiency, their generational poverty, their levels of trauma, and I could go on about the needs of at-risk students in New Orleans. This system has struggled for a decade to figure out how all 70-plus independently operated school systems were going to create the economies of scale necessary to serve not just students with disabilities, but all at-risk students, and moreover, to afford it. This proposal is our best effort yet, in 10 years, to create a reality where all New Orleans schools begin to realistically afford the educational programs
for, as we mentioned, the weighted students we've mentioned, students with disabilities, overage and academically behind students, English language learners. This proposal, for the first time, allocates funds based on student need, not school governance, so that all schools will have a chance to equally provide and afford the programming for our most expensive students. This is so that the families I work with every day will not make enrollment decisions based on what school can afford to serve them, but based on what they want their choice to be. We shouldn't just support this proposal, we should applaud it. And in what I consider to be an act of abundant fairness, the task force has compromised with the schools who would experience any budget cuts and ensured that we phase them in over the budget loss prevention thing that you've heard about. And I'm not a finance person, so I can't speak to that more. I really consider that to be a charitable move that speaks to the new day of fairness and equity that this proposal is going to recommend. And so, therefore, I stand in support of it, and I hope that you do too.
Thank you. I don't know if your microphone is on.
It should. Oh. Sorry. I'm Alexina Medley, Principal CEO of Warren Eastern Charter High School. Although I am not my own LEA, Orleans Parish is my LEA. I support it. I support the formula for different reasons. It was not a very easy choice. We went back and forth. Being a former special ed teacher, I understand why the weight is the way it is, and also where the gatekeeper is no longer at 8th grade, where your overage will be in high school, that high school be funded a little different from elementary. I supported these initiatives and with ELL, not just because my school has all of it, because I'm on Canal Street, but because most of us have the same sort of demographics. And we need to look at the fact that our base does remain sort of high, and we serve all children.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the committee. I appreciate your work you've done and coming up to share with us some information. As we continue to move into public comments, I want to remind everyone of the 2-minute limitations we'll have in place. Additionally, it'll be my discretion as we're finishing your point on the 2 minutes. And while we have some people, and again to the point of respecting everyone's time by not being completely redundant on every point, if you are surrendering your time to someone else, that time will not be entirely cumulative. I don't expect to give anyone more than 5 minutes, even if you're representing a number of other folks who have substituted their time to you. So be aware of that as we move forward. I'm sorry?
Before we go to public comments, I believe that, I'm looking to the superintendent to see if he wants to correct me, that if we get the substitute motion on the table, it may help some of the potential speakers to realize that what they were going to say is no longer really what we are addressing with this motion. The fact that we are not addressing funding, we are not addressing dollar amounts, we are not addressing weights, we are just addressing which categories should be used in determining those amounts of money and those weights determined by Orleans Parish School Board. Am I wrong in that? Should we get the substitute motion on the table?
I think you're probably right, because I do think that there was a lot of discussion here of a formula. The task force, or the working group, which is really the technical term for it, the working group did propose a formula. However, your job as a board is only to approve the needs and characteristics that drive the formula. There will then be a decision made regarding the formula that allocates dollars at the local level. Your role in the process is just to approve that list of characteristics. So probably the substitute motion would help to shape the discussion.
And I think we have staff who may have had time to put together some verbiage for that. Is that the case? Can we read that motion in at this time?
The Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the board approve the student characteristics and needs identified by the local Orleans Parish Working Group as an appropriate basis for the district level computation to be used in the allocation effective July 1st, 2016 of the minimum foundation program funds to Orleans Parish District Schools and to Type 1, 1B, 3, 3B, 4, and 5 charter schools located in Orleans Parish, all pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 17, Section 3995A, 3B, as amended by Acts 2015, number 467, with implementation of the district-level computation and allocation process developed by the participants in the collaborative process contemplated by Section 3995A3B, being contingent upon approval by the Orleans Parish School Board or by its superintendent on authority delegated to him by the Orleans Parish School Board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would respectfully suggest that clarified things about as clear as mud.
I understand that.
In my mind. Can we get a clearer statement from the department of what it is that we are approving? And let me say what I think we're approving, and maybe just a yes or no answer could fix that. Are we just approving a statement to the Orleans Parish School Board that when they decide how to divvy up their MFP money, they should have 5 classes of special education students, 1 class for English language learners, 1 class for overage students, and 1 class for gifted and talented students?
Yes. That is what you were
How much
approving.
money each of those classes gets is not determined by what we are approving, but will be determined by Orleans Parish School Board.
Correct. It is to be allocated using a district-level computation.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yes, Dr. Jones.
Take a shot at clarifying it even a little bit. All we're approving today is the attributes to be used in the decisions that Orleans Parish School Board makes in the development of the formula. Is that not true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
So
I guess
the motion on the table has
would-
that, but a
would-
few more adjectives, I suppose.
It was probably written by one of those darn attorneys.
So, can I
with
offer
in
that as a
mind,
substitute?
I would like, what's that?
We have on the floor with the wording.
I would like to make a suggestion to the people who are planning to speak. If you were planning to speak on the issue of how much money each of those categories should get, that's not being addressed today by this. So I would respectfully suggest that you might want to waive on your speaking opportunity. If you only have a comment about what types of categories should be used, then I would say your speaking would be appropriately addressed to what we are looking at.
So we have the motion on the floor, so we got a little more clarification, I think, on that part of it. So as we move into more public comments, can I have at the front, please, Elizabeth Osberg, I believe, James Brown, Pepper Bowen, and Dana Henry.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
while they're moving to the table, I still have questions about Tier 1 to Tier 5 special ed. So could I ask Superintendent White to clarify that while everybody's getting, everybody might know, but I'm still unclear.
You could give us a summary of that, Superintendent, please.
Tier 1 through Tier 5 are a calculation based on student need and based on service level. So there are classifications. Students are grouped into these categories based on a matrix, where on one side you say this is the disability classification of the child, and on the other axis you say here's the service level provided to the child. Then using that matrix you identify is the child at a Tier 1, which would be the lower level, and we're probably talking about kids who are have a simple speech disability, for example. All the way to Tier 5, we're talking about a lot of students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, oftentimes nonverbal and such. These are obviously things that you are familiar with, Ms. Edmiston. That matrix and the information is in your backup materials as well if you need to refer to that matrix. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have, who do we have at the front? I called up Dana Henry, Pepper Bowen, James Brown, and Elizabeth Osberg. We're already up front. If you want to go ahead and identify yourself on the microphone, make sure you speak very close to it and make sure that it's on. Identify yourself.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth Osberg. I'm the principal at the Nat Charter High School in New Orleans.
The what, Sean?
The Nat Charter High School.
Is it?
Our schools serve students who have dropped out or been expelled from other schools, so they are overwhelmingly overage for their grade. Almost a quarter of our students are in special education, 90% arrive reading below grade level, and half of our students struggle with mental health and behavioral disorders. Thus, our students need extensive supports. They need small classes, intensive academic interventions, homebound services, truancy prevention supports, and counseling. For example, this year a young lady enrolled who is 18 years old. She dropped out of her last school because she was told she was too dumb to learn. In reality, she struggles with an intellectual disability. She returned to school when she became pregnant and she wanted better for her child. Despite the odds she faces, we believe that this young lady can earn a diploma. We believe this because we have had similar students before her. Last year, a young lady with similar challenges graduated after 4 years of the same intensive academic supports, one-on-one homebound teaching, and extensive mental health and employment counseling. She is now employed full-time, she lives in stable housing, and she takes good care of her 2 young children. This was possible because our teachers and counselors were able to devote extraordinary time and resources just to her. Research and experience strongly suggest 2 things. 1, without that time and those resources, she very well might not have graduated. 2, without that diploma, she would likely not be as successfully employed or be able to provide her own children with as healthy a start in life. In order to provide these services, the net must spend more per student than does a school with fewer overage or at-risk students. The differentiated funding model recognizes this fundamental truth. Every day, young people with serious challenges voluntarily make their way to our schools. By showing up, they demonstrate their faith in our education system. The differentiated funding model is one way that we can demonstrate our faith in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a couple of questions of her, please?
Certainly.
Is that okay? The name of your school again?
It is the NET, N-E-T, charter school.
Okay. How many children are at that school?
We serve approximately 150 students at a time.
Okay. Mostly overage or all overage?
Almost all overage.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pepper Bowen?
Good morning. Public education has, since its inception, been a vehicle of empowerment.
That's a new one. Good times had by all.
Winning.
All right, we'll try to ignore those intermittent alarms. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
No worries. Allowing the proposed characteristic determination to accommodate those in greatest need through funding is not only the right, but the equitable thing to do. My children are gifted and talented and subjectively benefit from the current model, especially at selective schools. However, they and we on a whole should be concerned and occupied with the ability of all our children to grow into educated and competitive members of our society. This cannot be so if our budget is used as a tool to oppress those in greatest need. Is not the measure of a society found in how they treat their weakest and most helpless citizens? Those citizens whose parents could not take the time today to spend in front of this honorable board advocating for their children's needs. Those citizens whose needs are so often overlooked. Those citizens who deserve just opportunity. Continuing to de- or undervalue the majority of our population by crippling their ability to be self-sufficient does a disservice not only to my gifted children, but also to the community at large. Anything else that undermines, if not defeats, the purpose of public education and underscores the tenets of separate but equal.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I would just like to ask you, gifted and talented is one of the 4 categories. What exactly
Correct.
are you just elaborating, or did you want to make sure that are you for the formula?
I am for the formula.
Okay, that's what I
Yes.
wondered. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
You have to stay very close to that microphone.
If I might ask for a clarification, I'm James Brown representing Lake Forest Elementary Charter School and Lusher Charter School, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I think some parents are going to cede their time to me if I could maybe ask for a show of hands.
Good deal.
So
We'll give you a few minutes to
I
cover a
appreciate
couple
that.
topics.
And we might be able to get resolve this pretty quickly here. If I could get a clarification, do I understand the motion to be that this board would simply determine relevant characteristics but not attach any weight to them?
Mr. Brown, this is not a deposition. This is a forum for public comment. So if I'm happy to. So are you going to? And I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just asking. Are you planning a long question and answer session, or is this the one question you're asking?
Well, with all due respect, Superintendent White, and certainly I don't presume to question the panel, but if I could get that clarification, that as I understand the motion, this board would not purport to attach weights to particular characteristics or needs.
I will read to you what the law has been given to the board, and thus what I said to the board they should be doing, and what I believe them to be doing by way of their motion.
Thank you.
The statute says that there shall be student characteristics or needs as determined by the state board, and that is all they are doing. They are not approving a district level computation, meaning they are approving words but not numbers.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me just make a few comments, if I might. The schools that I represent and other schools like them have been good schools. They've done good work in their parishes for their students, and now they're being asked to accept funding cuts under this proposed working group task force proposal. They're being asked to accept funding cuts of over 70% for gifted and talented, and by our best estimation, over $1,000 per year per regular education student per year cut.
But just to be clear, sir, I did just say that this board is not debating the size of any budget for next year, which the school board, per the comments that have been made here, would have to be the one that promulgates, correct?
I understand that, but since what is before this board today is a proposal.
It is a proposal on student needs and characteristics. It is not a proposal having anything to do with what you just discussed.
Right.
That matter was discussed by the working group, and it is a district level computation under the law. Thus, a district must take up that computation.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I'd like to continue by saying this, that without respect to what this board proposes to do, and the board will do what it proposes to do, I would submit to you that New Orleans schools and students should be treated the same as their counterparts everywhere else.
And if I may, the board approved a minimum foundation program formula, and I believe you were in attendance for this, that in fact does treat Orleans Parish like every other school system in the state.
Right.
That under the Constitution is one formula, and this board approved it earlier as one formula, meaning the block grant that is sent to Orleans Parish and the formula that contributes to that will differ in no way from those of other parishes. There is, however, a provision in this statute which obligates this board to approve factors related to parish in a certain condition, and this is the one parish that falls under those conditions. Thus, this board is only approving those factors and conditions. A district later will take the block grant that the state has given this district. It's no different from the block grant it gave any other district, and will make a district level computation per this statute.
All right, sir, I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Jones.
The issue of equity, which is obviously one that is a primary concern to all parties in the room, no matter which side of the issue you're on, is what's at the core of this thing. But the fact is that, and there are numerous superintendents in the room I think would attest to this. I had 14 years experience as a superintendent. The money, when it comes to the district does not allocate that money exactly the same based on how it came in there. So there's a lot of discretion among districts as to how they use the money when it gets there. And I think essentially what we're saying here is all we're approving is the characteristics. What happens when it gets to the district is ultimately the decision of the district. And Orleans Parish Schools is its own district just like every other parish in the state. And they make those determinations, probably with a little bit more public input than is the usual case.
I appreciate that, sir. One thing I might point out to the board, humbly and respectfully, is that as I read Louisiana Revised Statute 1772F1, BESE is supposed to take measures and steps to require that local districts expend funds according to the state-weighted minimum foundation formula. BESE is supposed to take action to make sure that local districts expend funds according to the single MFP formula that the board adopts to be applied statewide.
And as I read
I'm sorry if I might finish.
Please.
Now, I understand what you're saying, that perhaps in practice that hasn't always happened, but the statute was amended, I believe, about 5 years ago to make pretty clear that when you decide what that state MFP, single state MFP formula that you're constitutionally permitted to decide, and only that, and that goes down to the districts, under this statute, you're supposed to then take steps to make sure the district honors those weights when it passes the money down to the schools within the district. That's the statute's pretty clear on that. Now, what you've done in the past may or may not be correct. What's happened in the past may or may not be correct. But this statute is pretty clear. It's pretty clear as horseradish, really, that local districts are supposed to be doing with the money what the statewide MFP formula tells them to do with the money. The statewide formula was developed based upon empirical research that was done years ago to determine the appropriate weights to go for regular education students and students with particular exceptionalities. It was a student analysis, not a district analysis. So therefore, the obvious intent of the formula is that when it goes down to the districts should use it according to the weights as dictated by the single state MFP formula. And as I read this statute, LARS 17172F1, which remains good law, that is the legislature telling you guys that you're supposed to see to it that the districts do that.
Mr. Brown, I'm not an attorney, and it's not worth debating something without a judge present, perhaps, of the nature of the issues you brought up. However, I would make a couple of points. Is the statute that I am referring to and that this board is obligated to act upon not the later expression of the law relative to the statute you just discussed?
Well, I guess I would.
It's a simple question. Is the answer yes or no?
The answer is no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Second, the issue you've discussed, that statute, I think has long been awaiting a day in court relative to its value against the Constitution. The Constitution has both prescriptions regarding the nature of the formula and what BESE's obligation and capacities are versus local districts. And secondly, it has prohibitions on actions that BESE can take as it regards the business affairs of local school systems. I'll close my comments, and I don't mean to prolong our discussion, by saying that irrespective of what I think of the morality of the issue, the ethics of the issue, and the nature of policy regarding this issue, I do think that legally you're raising a can of worms that many in this room have been thinking their way through for years, that are much more complicated than the questions that you're bringing, and that BESE is actually simply doing, under the Constitution, what it's charged with doing vis-a-vis the MFP, and under this statute, what it's charged with doing regarding simple needs and characteristics. And I don't think we should complicate the issue by bringing in a whole other set of statutes that really don't have any bearing on this board simply doing the two things that it came to do business on today.
Well, I respect that, Mr. Superintendent. I'm just here to protect my school's funding. That's what I'm here to try to do.
We understand that very clearly, sir.
Now, I don't want a legal can of worms either. Nobody does. I would love to see our community come back together. The proposal that is before this board has ripped this community apart. Only in New Orleans, nowhere else. The statewide MFP funding process, the single statewide MFP funding process, is designed to prevent that. It's designed to prohibit this divisive inside a parish fighting between schools and students. So again, I would return respectfully to the theme that what happens at the state level with the MFP process should happen at the local level, because that's what this board is charged with doing, determining how much weight goes to regular education students and students with exceptionalities, and passing that down to the schools everywhere. Under the state formula, RSD schools get a lot more special education funding because they take a lot more students. That's what the state weights do already. In addition to that, special needs students who are very deserving have additional pots of federal money, they have additional pots of local money, they have additional pots of state money available to them. Is there enough money for special needs funding? No. Is there enough money for education funding generally? No. But the answer to that is not to go inside a single parish and take money from some schools to give it to others. That turns students and schools against each other in a divisive way, and this is what has been inflicted upon my community.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brown. Duly noted, we appreciate your time.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Ms. Edmiston?
Yes, so Mr. Brown, are you advocating for no formula for Orleans Parish? Is that what you're saying?
I'm advocating for the application of the statewide MFP formula to New
The
Orleans,
same
to Orleans
formula for
Parish.
everybody, everywhere. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you
That's
do
what this
understand-
board. That's what this board determines. The intent is that that should allocate funding to the students that deserve it, and that's all I'm saying.
And you understand then that that doesn't happen now, because state law prevents it from happening now. And this state law, Act 467 in its entirety, is designed to change that. I'm not trying to get into a really, really narrow legal argument with you, but I think you have your facts wrong. That condition you're just describing isn't changed by what this board or this working group is acting on. In fact, what this board and acting or working group are trying to do is to change the fact that it doesn't exist. What you're describing actually doesn't exist. The RSD schools don't get the state weights. They don't get a weighted formula, period.
Well,
they
they
get
should.
Yes, they should.
They
And that's
should.
why this group has been convened,
Yeah,
and I
that's-
couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They should get the same treatment.
We're
They
getting
and
into
all
a bit of
students
a,
should get the same treatment in New Orleans as happens everywhere else in the state.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
all I'm
Brown.
saying.
We're not going to go back and forth anymore at this time, but we appreciate your time up here. Dr. Jones, you have anything you want to add, or I don't want to add any more back and forth?
Well, the only thing I was going to say on that is that if I understand it correctly, right now Orleans Parish Schools gets a per pupil allocation total, and they distribute it on a per pupil basis. So they're not doing anything right now to address all the needs. It's going out on a per pupil basis to each of the schools. Is that inaccurate?
If I might respond to that, the amendment that happened last year stopped that from happening. Now with charter schools, the state weights in the MFP formula are passed down to the charter schools. So no, that's not happening right now.
I would
What
ask
the purpose of this proposal is to get even more money.
I would ask the department, is that accurate? Is it or is it not?
It is accurate that there is a weighted formula sent to all charter schools by virtue of Act 467. What is inaccurate are questions of how the distribution goes from Orleans.
Audience, please.
I think that probably the issues that we're addressing are so complicated and so narrow between the Constitution and the state and such. We should perform our narrow task today, and we should move this discussion.
I would submit that because of these complexities and legal uncertainties and the lack of explanation of how this is going to work, another point I'd raise is that this supposed transition cap, this 2% transition cap, is based upon an anticipation of future increases in local revenue. The State Department just reported to us yesterday that there was a loss of revenue in New Orleans. Revenues aren't going up in New Orleans, they're going down. So the entire assumption of this proposal that the adversely affected schools are going to have this transition that's going to ease the burden on them is not true. One of the fundamental aspects
Mr.
of
Brown,
this proposal is
I've
not
thanked you
true.
for your time twice already, but I'm going to ask you to move on. I thank you for your points, and it's something we can think about. Mr. Garvey, not engage. If you have an observation, understand.
Between me and the superintendent, a question for him is in this motion that's on the floor, is there any mention of a 2% cap?
No, sir.
Okay, good.
There's no
So
mention of
the 2%
any-
cap is not what we're discussing today?
No, sir.
Okay. Under the motion that's on the floor, is it conceivably possible that the Orleans Parish School Board could decide to allocate as much money to gifted and talented students as they have been in the past? Is that decision left to them?
I think that decision is left to a process in which they have to engage. I think their attorneys would have to speak to what they feel like their obligations are and are not under that situation.
And that decision is not before us today?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it possible that the Orleans Parish School Board could decide to give special education students more money than they have been getting in the past?
Again, I think what the obligations of the school board are under this law and under the working group's work is something that attorney needs to consider at the local level.
And that's not what we're deciding today?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Garvey. Thank you for your time. Could I have the front now, Jennifer Lyman, Chris Lyman, Katie Carroll, and Claudia Barker? Again, keeping in mind the items that we've already covered. Go ahead, sir. Identify yourself. Make sure you're speaking close.
Is this on? I'm speaking for several people here, so I may need additional time in that regard. And they could raise their hands.
Discretionary. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. But I'm going to defer to my wife to go first.
Hello.
Please identify yourself and go ahead.
My name is Jennifer Lyman. I'm here with my husband Chris and my 11-year-old son Bauer, who has cerebral palsy. And apparently he's got other labels too that I've learned about today, like tear. He's got a tear. Anyway, we are here in support of the differentiated funding formula. In 2010, in the spring of 2010, we were given the opportunity to move back to New Orleans, where my husband is from, and where we have family and friends to support us in Bauer. We were eager to move back to be part of the rebuilding and the renewal of this wonderful city. I had been following the school system here for years, and I knew that the move could potentially be complicated by the school choices that we had for Bauer. I immediately made contact with the Orleans Parish School Board to look at my options within the system, with the hope that Bauer would be able to attend Lusher, or Baby Ben, or Audubon, since they were in our soon-to-be neighborhood, and since we had friends and family whose children attended these schools. I was told that none of these schools were able to accept him, either because of accessibility issues or entry requirements. I contacted the schools directly and was told essentially the same thing. It was a little veiled, but that's what I was told. Solutions that were offered to me were to check with the private and the Catholic schools, consider moving to Jefferson Parish or to Covington to homeschool him. The last resort that was offered to me was to call RSD. I made the call, and I was welcomed with open arms. We toured a variety of RSD schools, met with leaders, and we chose to send Bauer to Andrew Wilson Charter School. A few years later, we chose to transfer him to Morris Jeff Community School. Both schools have educated Bauer in an inclusive setting, have provided extensive PT, OT, speech, and vision therapy that he has needed to be successful in an academic environment. They have provided a full-time aide to ensure that his physical needs are met so that he can be an active participant in the classroom. These accommodations are expensive, but they are paying off, not just for Bauer, but for the children who are in his class. Alongside his peers, those who are typical and those who are gifted and talented, he is rising to their level of academic achievement, and they are learning about compassion, patience, and understanding. In the 5.5 years since we moved to New Orleans, I have seen the RSD school system make tremendous progress in their ability to serve all students, regardless of unique need, socioeconomic status, race, or ethnicity. For New Orleans to be strong and progressive city that we strive to become, we have to have many public schools that attract diverse families of all means and can serve all students. This proposal may be difficult for some to accept, but it is fair and equitable. And with strong oversight and transparency, the end result will be stronger schools for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyman. Mr. Lyman.
Thank you. My name is Chris Lyman. You've heard our story. I'm an attorney, and I'm here in support of the differential funding characteristics developed and proposed by the BESE Task Force pursuant to Revised Statute 173995, otherwise known as Act 467, and what I call the Fair Funding Act. The Fair Funding Act has an important history. In 2015, Senator Dan Claytor introduced Senate Bill 267. This bill provided that, for the first time, funds should be allocated using a district-level formula based on weights for individual students' characteristics and needs. Characteristics and needs like my son has. As Senator Claytor said when he proposed the bill, let the money follow the child. Significantly, Governor John Bel Edwards, who fully supported this bill, said during his campaign, and I have his website information here, I am proud to have addressed the ongoing inequitable distribution of funds for special education students by carrying Senator Claytor's SB 267 on the House floor. Governor Edwards also said it is never, ever legal to discriminate against special education students. It is never moral either. SB 267 was passed into the Fair Funding Act by what I believe to be an overwhelming majority. Now, when it came to New Orleans, with its unique and diverse array of schools, these legislatures, including our new governor, directed that a collaborative task force be convened to develop and recommend a unified district-level allocation policy and characteristics for New Orleans. If the legislature had intended that this task force simply adopt the same historical allocation policy, or which was found in other districts around the state, the law could have said that, but it didn't say that. They did not say that. They said exactly what they meant to say, which is what is before you today. The characteristics that are before you today represent the hard work of many, many dedicated individuals that they have done at the express direction of the legislature of this state. As I said, the legislatures could have said nothing. They could have said something different, adopt the same policy that everyone has. But they didn't say that. They said move forward, not backwards. Move forward, do something. And that's what these individuals have done, and that is what is before you. These characteristics are tailored to and reflect the broad array of special education requirements and students that we have. So the money does, in fact, follow the child. It is a unified system so that everybody plays by the same rules. It is supported by 90% of the schools in our district. And while the dollars and gifted may be less, although I understand that that's not before you today, that may be a result of the fact that in 2013, Louisiana ranked next to last, I believe, in graduation requirements for special needs children. Should we really continue a funding system or characteristics that favors public schools that exclude certain children? I don't think we should. If, as Gandhi said, the greatness of a country is measured by how it treats its weakest members, shouldn't we favor an allocation and funding and characteristics that protect the most vulnerable, the special needs kids? Here are three things these characteristics don't do. They don't address money, as Mr. White has pointed out. That's not before you today, although I will say that some of the rhetoric we've heard about gutting budgets, about depriving certain students of their future, defunding gifted programs is hot. That rhetoric is wrong, flatly wrong. The 2% cap prevents that, and the loss of funding for gifted children is limited to $170. But I'm going to defer more commentary on that out of respect for what the issues before you today are. I don't think these criteria inject some level of uncertainty. I've heard that argument before. I think that the uncertainty can be managed properly. You can, for example, save money by avoiding the cost of protracted litigation, which appears to be a proposal that they're considering right now. You can access budget surpluses from years past. And third, and importantly, it doesn't violate Louisiana or the United States constitutions. Article 8, Section 13 of the Louisiana Constitution does not mandate that BESE adopt the same characteristics of for Orleans Parish of every other school district. New Orleans actually right now has is applying two sets of characteristics and two sets of formulas. As to the argument that I've heard that somehow these characteristics violate the Equal Protection Amendment of the U.S. Constitution or are discriminatory under the U.S. Constitution, I just will say that I don't think that the legislature would ask this board to do something that violates the U.S. Constitution or the Louisiana Constitution. What you're all doing is fully within your rights. In fact, it's what your legislature has told you to do. So in summary, I ask you to stand up for those who may not be able to stand up for themselves. I ask you to stand with the 90% of the affected schools who support this funding change. And I ask that you vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. Miss Katie Carroll?
Hi.
Make sure it's on and speak very close.
Yep. Now it's on. Are we there? Okay. Maybe.
So state your name, please.
Sorry. My name's Katie Carroll. I'm an Orleans Parish resident, and I'm also a teacher at Arthur Ashe Charter School for Children with Exceptionalities. I'm here today on behalf of my students who are a broad spectrum of children with needs and exceptionalities that, as Spectrum states, vary greatly. No child is the same and every child is unique. So as these characteristics come before you today, I ask you to support the breakdown of the 5 tiers of special education that is proposed. It's a necessary change to provide all children with their free and appropriate public education per the laws regarding that. I have the privilege to teach these incredible, strong, smart, joyful, and ever-improving students with these great exceptionalities because they're not disabilities to be seen as a negative, but merely something that changes them, makes them unique. As this law and as this motion has asked you to look at is that these children are different and unique. My students require a vast array of accommodations, modifications, extended services, merely to be successful in their school setting. My children require multiple speech, occupational, physical therapy sessions a week in order to allow them to access and be successful in school. In addition, they also require special equipment such as adapted writing utensils, communication devices, mobility devices, communication output, sensory input, and so much more that can't be covered. All of these are a part of their free and appropriate public education and make them unique. Each one is different. If we're to be accountable for the success of these students, then this tier of characteristics is a necessity. Equal is not always fair. Fair is not always equal. I ask that the board consider that this shift will positively impact a large number of children, not just for the present, but well into the future as future adult citizens of New Orleans. If we want to create a strong community, we must fairly support the growth and learning of all children, not just a select few.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Ms. Barker?
I think most of my points have been made by the others, but I was a public school parent for 15 years in Orleans Parish. My 2 daughters were considered gifted and talented, and I am deeply grateful for the education that they got at Audubon and Lusher. But I'm here to say that this is not an issue about preserving funding for one thing and not funding something else. This is about not just my children or your children, it's about our children. We're in this together. We're a village. And when the village has finite resources, the right thing to do is to allocate them equitably and according to need. And I don't think that anybody could say it any more eloquently than these parents or this teacher of special needs children has stated it. And I really urge you to adopt a tiered approach because the exceptionalities that our children have are complex. And what it costs to educate my blessed, gifted, and talented daughters in regular education is quite different than what it costs to educate a child who has severe special needs and exceptionalities. So if this vote to adopt the tiered approach is the next step, I urge you to take it so that we can get on with this and be able to educate all of our children in the ways that they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Barker. Could I now have come up Jennifer Weishaupt, it looks like, Eric Olivo, Erica Winder, Eric or Erica, and Kelly Fisher. Thank you. Could I have Fawn Tran, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Flowers. Thank you. Lee Barrios. Thank you. Terry Smith. All right. Okay, this one wants to begin. Please speak closer to the microphone, state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Weisopt. I'm a parent of a fourth grader and kindergartner at Morris Jeff Community School. I'm also secretary of the board of directors of that school and the founding president of the parent organization for Morris Jeff when we started in 2010. I'm here today to support the efforts of the working group as presented to the Board of Education to define the needs and characteristics that should be used to determine equitable funding for all of the schools in Orleans Parish, regardless of whether they are RSD charters, independent charters, or OPSB charters. Today, my son, who's standing next to me, Aiden, who's a fourth grader at Morris Jeff, Aiden is gifted and talented. As a Type 5 charter in the RSD, we receive no funding for that. Aiden is getting a phenomenal education at Morris Jeff. His classmate Bauer is also in Mr. Schroeder's fourth grade class with them. By working together, having inclusive environments, gifted and talented children and special needs children, even at Tier 5, can help benefit each other and to benefit Orleans Parish and our state as a whole. What I'm most interested in is seeing that we are all treated fairly in Orleans Parish and that we should not be pitting one group of parents against another group of parents. And I feel like it has been lawyers and media that has created what someone earlier described as tearing us apart. We're not being torn apart. More than 90% of the schools in Orleans Parish support the definitions of these needs, and we appreciate that you are taking these into consideration. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, do I have Ms. Smith?
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Smith, and I am the founder and school leader of Encore Academy, which is an open admissions Orleans Parish School Board authorized charter school serving children pre-K to 8. I support differentiated funding. As a truly arts-focused school in our fourth year of operation, we've been consistently identifying gifted and talented kids and provide those services to about 10% of our population. However, 15% of my students are English language learners, and this population is growing each month. As a school leader who's in charge of the budget, I know firsthand that it takes far more resources to provide effective services to meet the needs of my ELL students than it does to provide services for my gifted and talented kids. They're going to make it no matter what. So the formula that has been presented to us, up there it says differentiated funding formula. So we all came here thinking that we were going to be talking about the weighted formula, not just the characteristics. So that's why you're hearing the things that you're hearing. I encourage you to do the right thing and approve the determined characteristics developed by this committee. In doing so, you will know that you will make a greatly positive impact on the lives of many of the children in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Fisher?
Hi, my name is Kelly Fisher, and I'm a parent of 2 children that attend schools in Orleans Parish. My oldest son, Noah Fisher, is significantly disabled. He is blind, he has autism, and he has other disabilities that require that he needs full assistance for every task throughout the day, not just academic, but things like eating a meal, changing his shoes, using the restroom. I fully support the differentiated funding formula. I do that because I do believe that our children in special education are unique, and the essence of special education is that it's tailored to the needs of the students. It is not one size fits all. If it was, it wouldn't exist to begin with. It makes so much sense that the formula and the tiers be established so that the students are served based on their needs and not one size fits all. So thank you, and I appreciate the hard work that you've done, and I fully support this formula.
Thank you, ma'am. Could I now have Christopher Hines? Dr. Lindsay, I believe Moore, Kay Kimbrell, and Stefan Lollinger, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Hines. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer for Crescent City Schools, which is a CMO in New Orleans. Crescent City Schools fully supports this proposal that is in front of you. We support it because we think it is equitable, and we think it's the right thing to do for the students of New Orleans, for all of them. I could give you the stats about the demographics of the students we serve. I could tell you exactly how much it costs to serve a high-needs special education student in one of our schools. But it's not because of the additional funding that would come to our schools that we support this measure. We support it because we believe it is right for all of the students of our city. This is not about taking money from some schools and giving it to other schools. This is not about RSD versus OPSB or charters versus non-charters or gifted and talented students versus special needs students. This is about all of the children of our city and finding a way to ensure that they all have the resources to get a great education. We know that no two students are alike. Every student comes to us with his or her own unique circumstances, needs, and abilities. And if we are truly committed to providing a great education to each and every student, then we have to acknowledge that it takes different resources to serve different needs and abilities. The students of New Orleans lay on a vast spectrum of different needs and abilities, and it costs different amounts of money to provide the adequate services for those different needs and abilities. The categories and characteristics in the proposal in front of you would ensure that each student gets the funding he or she needs to get the educational resources needed for him or her to be successful. One of our schools has the value of courage, which we define as we do what's right even when it's hard. I know the choice you have to make today is hard because no matter what you decide, some of the people in this room are going to be upset with you. But I urge you to have courage and to vote yes on this proposal, because ensuring that all of our students have the resources they need to be successful is what is morally right for the children of New Orleans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stefan Lollinger. I am the principal of Langston Hughes Academy Middle School in New Orleans. I am pleased to come before you today along with 90% of the schools in New Orleans in support of the differentiated funding and the work of the working group and establishing the 5 categories for funding. At our school, we serve an amazing population of students, 12% of whom have special needs, which is above the citywide average and significantly above the average for non-open enrollment schools, which is fine. However, we would not be having this debate today if the same percentage of students with special needs existed in every single school in New Orleans. We have teachers at our school who courageously and valiantly and enthusiastically support the needs of our kids every day, some of whom are in the audience. And we would not be able to provide that support particularly for our students with special needs without the differentiated funding that already is set forth by RSD. But I will tell you that even that funding is not enough, and we subsidize the support with other funding at our school. To close, we all know what the right thing to do here is, and this is not about taking money from some schools and giving them to others, as was previously stated by the lawyer who was up here. Rather, this is about making sure that we have equitable funding for every single child for all of the schools in the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kay Adams Kimbrell, and my 2 children are enrolled at Morris Jeff Community School. I am in support of a funding proposal that is based on weighted characteristics for Orleans Parish. I felt compelled to speak today because I firmly believe in the promise of public education. I'm a graduate of public schools. I have spent my career working for public schools. My parents and my grandmother are all public school teachers. To me, the promise of public education is not only about teaching individual students, but also about collectively working together to support each other. It is based in a belief that we are more powerful together than we are alone. The idea of creating a school that mirrors the diversity of New Orleans in all of its forms is a large reason I enrolled my son as a founding pre-kindergarten student when the school opened 5 years ago. The arguments I've heard against providing an equal basic funding formula level for all kids in public schools in New Orleans has made me terribly sad. It is natural for us to want what is best for our kids. We should also want what is best for kids that we don't know, because those kids matter just as much as our own kids do. Currently, when the limited pool of money for students is passed to schools, Orleans Parish schools receive more for regular education students than do RSD schools. What this signals is that my kids don't matter quite as much as the kids enrolled in Orleans Parish schools. As a city, we can't afford to give that additional amount for every student and meet the needs of students with special needs. So the Unified Funding Plan gives every regular education student in the city the same funding and then provides additional funding for students who need additional services that cost more to provide. If we work against providing equitable funding for all kids, what kind of message are we sending? That some children deserve more than others, not because they cost more to serve, but because of the school that they attend? I think we should appeal to our better selves, our better nature as parents who care deeply about children.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent White. My name is Lindsay Moore. I'm the principal of the Dr. Martin Luther King Charter School. We are located in the lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans. We are an open enrollment school. We service special needs students, gifted and talented students, regular students, and overage students. I've been directed by my board to inform you that they collectively support the Unified Funding Formula. Also, we would like to commend the leadership that was exhibited regarding this matter by both superintendents, Dr. Lewis and Mr. Dobar. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Could I have Dr. Kelly Jordan, Rochelle Gaucher, and Melanie Arazo, as well as Darian Castillo. Dr. Bobby?
I think it's important. I know that we have new board members that they're just in their second meeting, and I think it's important to clarify what an open enrollment school is. So if we could have a member of staff do that, it'd be helpful.
I believe they mean a school that takes all students and is not able to create an admissions criteria.
Could you give the board a sense of how many open enrollment schools we have versus schools that are not open enrollment?
I'm going to just approximate, but I think it's about five selective enrollment and 65, maybe a little bit more, between 65 and 70 open enrollment.
So what are the 5 selected enrollment schools?
I believe they are McMain, Audubon, Lusher, Franklin, Lake Forest, and Hines.
Thank you.
Hines does have an admissions criterion. It's not a screen for aptitude. It is a geographic screen.
Okay, we have our folks at the front. Let's have Dr. Kelly Jordan start.
Yes. Good morning, board. My name is Dr. Kelly Jordan. I am the Director of Special Education for New Orleans College Prep Schools. While a few of my points have been made today, I do want to offer some additional commentary around our English language learners and overage students. As Mr. Kleben stated before, we serve a special education population of 15% at our New Orleans College Prep Schools, above the city average. We have a growing population of English language learners and overage students. I do want to speak to the needs and characteristics of all students. In the past year, our ELL population has almost tripled continues to grow, and our special education population is growing due to new enrollment as well as the response to intervention process. Our overage students are continually at risk for falling behind, truancy, and the thing we want to prevent the most, dropout. To speak to the importance of tiered categories, our schools serve the entire spectrum of students, from gifted and talented, speech or language impairment, learning disabilities, as well as students who are medically fragile and require the support of a one-to-one aide throughout the day. Some of our schools have representation of every single disability category and exceptionality. It is absolutely essential that the student characteristics discussed today are approved for our schools to continue to properly serve some of our most at-risk and vulnerable populations. I support the proposal of this working group, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gaucher?
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Gaucher. I'm a licensed clinical social worker at Crocker College Prep, which is under New Orleans College Prep Charter Schools, an open enrollment school in New Orleans. Approximately 39% of New Orleans children live in poverty. 95% of the students at Crocker are considered economically disadvantaged. As a mental health professional, I know and see the effects of such poverty every day. What we know is that exposure to poverty can alter a child's brain during the most critical developmental periods. This can cause deficits in learning, lead to behavioral problems, and can cause both mental and physical impairments, which we often see in many of our children with special needs, both physically and mentally. I am in full support of differentiated funding so the most vulnerable children in our city can receive the mental health, behavioral support, occupational and speech therapy services that they need to ensure they receive an equitable and quality education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have Melanie Razzo and Darian Castillo, one of those.
My name is Melanie, and I'm in the 9th grade. We have 44 students at Cohen College Prep, are English language learners at our school. We don't speak English perfectly, but we do what we can. With more support, maybe we can learn English faster, because English is very important. It lets us communicate and open doors to a better future. Please support more funding to provide us with the opportunities we need to prepare for college and for life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Didian, and I am in the 9th grade at the College Prep. I'm happy to be here today to speak for my classmates. We are thankful for the support we got for our teacher, Ms. Glenn. But our English language learning popularity is growing every day. I'm happy to earn the school that made me feel welcome in our house. Please support more funding for the students like me learning English at the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have Elvis Diaz and Cicely White, please? Thank you. Could I have Janet Bean?
I will be translating for Elvis.
Okay. You're going to have to make sure you're getting really close to that microphone, speak as clearly as you can, okay?
I think I'm loud enough.
That works.
Okay.
We have an audience.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Sounds good. My name is Elvis Diaz, and I go to Carver Prep, and I'm here to tell you that the schools of New Orleans are not supporting ESL students. Because there are not enough teachers that are qualified to teach us the skills that we need to move forward.
En mi escuela tengo ese problema de que no tenemos profesores para que nos enseñen inglés. Y yo tengo ya 3 años de haber venido estoy en la escuela y todavía no he aprendido bien inglés por eso mismo, porque el primer año me sacaron de las clases de ESL y ya me dejaron las clases normales.
Okay. I'm a result of the issues that are at school. I myself have been here for 3 years. I haven't attained the language yet because I was let go from the ESL program within the first year that I got here.
Bueno, eso pasó porque había muchos estudiantes que venían llegando de otros países que estaban entrando a la escuela y como había muchos y no tienen muchos maestros para eso, por eso me sacaron a mí y dejaron a los nuevos.
Well, the issue was that there weren't enough teachers to teach us ESL, so they put the newer students with the ESL teachers, and the ones that had been here for a little bit longer, a year like myself, were let go.
Otro problema que también tenemos es cuando las traducciones que tienen para los padres no tienen nada que esté ayudando. Antes no tenían nada y supuestamente pusieron algo que era para eso, pero lo único que pusieron fue una computadora que traduciera y le mandaron como un mensaje a los padres, pero no se entiende bien.
The other issue is language access at our schools. When I first got here, there was no language access for my family. Now there's a system, and it's a computer that doesn't translate everything that we need, and it's not supportive.
O también tuve muchos compañeros de mi escuela de que se salieron de la escuela porque no tenían el soporte necesario para poder estar aquí, porque aparte de que tienen que ir a la escuela, no tienen con quién vivir y tienen que trabajar para poder vivir aquí.
Alongside of that, many of my friends dropped out of school, and just to give you a number, his class went from 80 students to 17. A lot of my friends left school because there wasn't enough support for us. Some of us have to go to school and work because we are here sometimes by ourselves. That's all I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bean?
My name is Janet Bean, and I am representing Citizens for One Greater New Orleans. We are a volunteer advocacy organization we study issues and then take a position. And I would like to say that we applaud the work of the committee, and we are in support of the differentiated funding which resulted from that. So we wanted to go on record as being in support.
Thank you very much. At this time, I understand the cafeteria closes at 1:30. We're going to take a 20-minute lunch break. So we're recessing here for 20 minutes. We'll be right back and get back into public comments. So if you haven't had that, you can get that. That will be your last chance at it for a little while. So 20 minutes, folks. Okay, folks, we're going to try to get back in our rhythm here. I know we got a little disruption going on, but we'll all be happier later on because of that. I'm going to call a few more folks up. We continue the public comment. Could I get Katie Elise Lucky Hurd, Rebecca Latham, Donna Murrell, and Ava Spears, please? I'm Donna Murrell, and I gave my time to Thank you, ma'am. How about Allison Bent? Can I have Allison Bent come up as well, please? You can go ahead and start, ma'am. Just make sure you get close to the microphone, state your name and who you with.
Okay. Can you hear me? Good?
Make sure the light's on. Is the light on?
The green light's on, yes.
Stay close, close.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Katie Elise Lucky Hurd. Originally, I was here to speak to why I agree with the funding change and proposed differentiation, but I understand that we're here to talk about the characteristics, and so I'll speak more specifically to that. I'm here with the Samuel J. Green School and First Line Network, but most importantly, I'm here as an advocate for the students and families I have the honor and privilege to serve. As a self-contained special ed teacher, the tier approach to special education funding is a necessity. All students do not require the same level of funding in order to receive the free and appropriate education promised by IDEA. My students require one-on-one assistance to complete work, but also to navigate safely through the building, to interact, and to communicate. Traditional teaching methods and manipulatives like textbooks and pencils are not enough to help my students learn. As their teacher, my job is to help them learn, to make sure they have what they need to learn. No matter how much training and passion I have, without the support of additional services like occupational therapy and speech, and assistive technologies such as computers, touch communication devices, and special writing utensils, I will not be able to teach my students. I warmly invite anyone unsure of how important the additional money my classroom receives is to visit me. I am here today to make sure that my students are given what they need in order to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Ava Spears. Rebecca Latham. Allison Bent. Okay. Can I have Nora Waters, please? Olga Ramirez. Katie Hu. And Mary D. Moran. I see some movement.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to ask that when we have translators, that both the native speakers and the translators speak into the mic.
Understood.
I
Please.
hated to interrupt earlier. I'm sorry.
I understand. So please make sure everyone speaks into the microphone. You can translate with the microphone as well. Make sure she speaks into it first. Just to state her name. Whoever's starting, just state your name and tell us what you got to say.
Okay, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Olga Ramírez. Yo vengo a presentar el grupo Nuestra Voz. También vengo como madre latina, vengo a presentar sobre los niños que son latinos, para que estoy apoyando para que ellos aprendan en la escuela el inglés como segundo idioma.
Good afternoon. Her name is Olga Ramirez. She's representing our voice, Nuestra Voz, a nonprofit. As a Latina mother, she's supporting the help for students that are ELL learners.
Thank you.
Y pues espero que en esta junta directiva sea escuchada nuestra voz para todos los niños latinos. Gracias.
She expects that in this board meeting, our voices are being heard for all the Latino children as well as other children.
Thank you.
My name is Nora Waters, and I'm representing Nuestra Voz, Our Voice, which is an organization in New Orleans that works alongside Latino parents that have students in the New Orleans public schools. And we support the work of the working group for the differentiated funding so that students get the support they need as English language learners, and that schools get the funding to be able to set their students up for success.
Thank you. Do I have, go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, members and Superintendent White.
Make sure you're speaking to the microphone, please.
Thank you for hearing this issue and taking our comments today. I'm here as the Executive Director of Nuestra Voz, an education advocacy organization in New Orleans. Our charge as an organization is to build with Latino parents and to help them find their voice around education and to help elevate that voice. We're here standing for nearly the growing 20,000 residents and families in New Orleans and their children who attend public schools. Nearly 10%, or almost, nearly 10% of the student population in New Orleans is Latino, and a lot of them are English language learners and may also fall into some of the other categories within the differentiated funding. A lot of the schools that we have met with and that we partner with are currently building their capacity, and some are doing a great job of working with English language learners. We know that in order for them to further build their capacity, resources are needed. We're here to support the work of the working group and also to support a differentiated funding formula. Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Mary Moran.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moran. And Katie?
I'm Katie Ho, and I'm the Special Education Supervisor for Ben Franklin High School. I now understand that you're not addressing dollar amount allocations, but think it's important for you and the public to understand that we do provide special education services to over 450 students as determined by the state constitution. This number does include students who have physical and learning disabilities. To speak to the comment that gifted and talented students will do well regardless, without appropriate educational supports, cognitively advanced adolescents show markedly higher rates of drug abuse, depression, and incidents of self-harm. Also, while quick to master certain skills, they learn in a qualitatively different way. They do require accommodations and resources to reach their full potential. We recognize the differentiated funding model demonstrates the need to provide additional funding for students who require additional services to receive their education. Speaking for myself, I'm the mother of a gifted student who attends Lusher Charter School. I'm also the mother of a new baby who's at risk for cerebral palsy and several learning disabilities. I understand that my son Declan will cost more to educate in the long run than my son Connigan, but both have exceptionalities and both deserve to be recognized and funded fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I now have Nellie Reinhardt, Tao Nguyen, Trang Nguyen, and Dustin Batson, please? Great. Just remember to make sure everyone speaks into the microphone loudly and clearly.
Tên là Thảo Nguyễn. Xin chào ban cố vấn. Tôi đến hôm nay là biết được có cái chương trình của ban quý vấn của quý vị đã nói lên là để ủng hộ tất cả những học sinh giỏi, nhưng mà tôi thấy cái này nó không có đúng, là vậy. Cái vấn đề này là mình phải làm sao để cho nó công bằng và cho tất cả các em vừa khuyết tật.
Good afternoon. My name is Tao. Thank you very much for accepting me here, and I'm here to talk about the formula that's being set out. And I wanted to say that it's good to have like fund being allocated to gifted and talented student, but I have a special educated disability son.
Và tôi cũng mong rằng quý vị hãy suy nghĩ lại và làm sao để cho mọi người được hưởng những cái mà quý vị đã đưa ra cho chúng tôi.
She would like you all to please consider the new program or funding that's out there now, and to support people like her.
Tôi xin hết lời cảm ơn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kính chào ban cố vấn, tên em là Trang, em là một trong những học sinh ở trong thành phố New Orleans và em tới Mỹ vào 2 năm trước.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Chang. I am a high school student of the Orleans Parish School.
Đối với em, những học sinh được sinh ra ở đây khi học trung học thì đã rất là khó khăn để có thể ra được ngôi trường đó. Nhưng mà đối với những học sinh mới qua và nói tiếng Anh là ngôn ngữ thứ hai thì nó sẽ càng khó hơn với việc học tập và thành đạt trong.
I've been here for 2 years. For those who have been living in the U.S., they already have problem with English. So it is even more difficult for people like me who just newly arrived with English.
Nhưng nhờ vào chương trình lớp ESL thì em đã được các thầy cô giáo giúp
được tạo lên những câu bài văn hoàn chỉnh, được học những ngữ pháp đúng và em đã đạt thành quả tốt trong học tập.
Because of the ESL program, I'm able to write essay and also accomplish a lot of things in the class.
Chính vì như vậy nên em rất là mong muốn mọi người có thể suy nghĩ lại những điều đó và có thể chi một khoản tiền để hỗ trợ cho các trường học có các lớp ESL và các học sinh khuyết tật để họ có một tương lai tốt về sau.
So because of that, please consider allocating some of the funding for all the ESL class throughout the whole Orleans Parish of all the schools that are needed so that they can advance and achieve academic standing.
Cảm ơn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Natalie Reinhardt or Dustin Batson in the room? Sure, we'll find. Do you have a card turned in? Well, come on up, we'll get your card. State your name so I can go ahead and find your card.
Allison Bent.
Could I also get Ida Ducray, LaToya Brown, and Tanisha Thompson to the front, please. You may start, Ms. Bent.
Hello, as I mentioned, my name is Allison Bent. I'm the CFO of Ben Franklin High School. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you. And based on the clarification and narrowing of the scope of your vote, most of what I and my Franklin colleagues who have departed came here to address is moot, as we had intended to address aspects of our program. We do not oppose the special education tiers proposed in the formula and differentiated funding as a topic. We actually applaud the idea that students who need more funds get them so they receive the educational services they need. I want to point out that one of the characteristics being considered for approval today, the overage characteristic, does not have an oversight process other than just simply qualifying for the characteristics like the special education or the gifted and talented categories do. I ask you guys to consider requesting that the superintendents study the overage category as they have indicated they're going to study the English language learning category, and put that in the model so that there's oversight for all categories.
Thank you, Mrs. Bent. Let's see, do we have Ms. Brown?
Thank you. My name is LaToya Brown, and I am a New Orleans native and resident, as well as a proud Ben Franklin graduate, and I'm also the interim CEO principal of Audubon Charter School. At Audubon, we serve 835 students in 2 unique programs, Montessori and French. Our student body has students from over 15 nationalities and 20 countries. We also have staff members who are certified as translators and interpreters in Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, and French. Although we have a title as a selective admissions school, over 90% of our students come into our school before kindergarten, where there is no admissions test. We use a lottery system for admissions, so everyone who turns in a timely application gets a number and an opportunity to get a spot, regardless of their ability, since this is not even information that we collect until after a student is admitted. We just want to be clear that we support differentiated funding for special education, although we do not support the funding formula that was proposed by the task force. As Allison mentioned earlier, we do have questions regarding the overage characteristic and its oversight. Contrary to many people's popular beliefs, we also service students with ELL needs. We have students who have special needs, both low incidence and gifted and talented, as well as some students who qualify on both ends of the spectrum at the same time. To this end, we provide a full complement of related services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, and assistive technology, as well as many others as identified by the student's IEP, which I might add have been thoroughly vetted and created with the guidance and oversight from Orleans Parish Schools. We have students who require full-time teaching assistance and also one-on-one support. Additionally, we also serve a large number of students who don't have an IEP but still require intense intervention. In fact, we employ 7 full-time interventionists to provide these services to our students. We do this to make sure that our students are not labeled or identified inappropriately, something that has been a problem that we've seen over time. As a New Orleans native, it's something that many of my classmates have also dealt with, especially due to lack of oversight, especially for our most vulnerable populations. I want to be clear that this is not a black or white issue. This is not a have versus a have-not conversation. This is not an issue of whether students with special needs require more funds to have their needs adequately met, which coincidentally, all students who have those additional needs require more funding, regardless of which school that they attend. This is an issue about providing a quality education for all children that does not sacrifice things like the arts, foreign languages, and STEM, all components which enrich every child's education. We have allowed this conversation to become about an imaginary point of contention, which has shifted our attention away from the fact that our city and our state have to do a better job at funding education for all children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Do I have Tanisha Thompson?
Good afternoon. My name is Tanisha Thompson, and I'm here on behalf of Choice Foundation, Esperanza Charter School, and we do support the Act 467. We have a special education population of 12%, and we do have a large ELL population of 65%. With this act, we will be able to provide a quality education by way of additional resources and additional personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Ida Dupree?
My name is Ida Dupree. I'm a parent advocate at VILA, which is a diverse community center in New Orleans East. The issue I'm bringing forward today is the proposed cut for students with special needs. I'm here on behalf of my granddaughter, which is a student at Einstein Extension, and other students with hearing impairments. Last year in pre-K, it was noted that she had a speaking problem. We was told at that time that speech therapy was available only when she reached kindergarten. We got a referral from her doctor so she could be evaluated at Children's Hospital. After numerous tests, it was determined that she needed speech therapy. We were advised to go through the school for help because the hospital had a long waiting list. We have contacted several private speech therapy agencies, but it's a hardship since they don't accept insurance that we have. At Children's Hospital, it was determined that she had hearing problems that affected her speech. However, medication cleared the infection in her ears without further medical procedures. When the 2015-16 school session began, we filled out paperwork for her to be evaluated through the school system. After several weeks, we contacted the school and was told that they used an outside company for speech therapy. My granddaughter was finally evaluated in December 2015, and outcome was discussed with the family. At that time, it was determined that she needed therapy. In the beginning of this year, she met with the therapist several times. She's beginning to open up and now have a lot of confidence in herself. Before the therapy, she was a shy, bashful, and didn't speak much. There has been improvement in her speech, and she still needs help. This is one of the main reasons why funding should be cut for students with special needs through the school system. We, along with other families, depend on these services to make these students' future brighter. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Could I now have Rhonda, I believe it's Rhonda Dale Hart, maybe? Alyssa Dupre, Ashley Hansen, and Emily Pally?
Good afternoon. My name is Rhonda Dale, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am the principal at a high school in New Orleans called BESE Academy, and many of you have had the opportunity to visit that school. BESE Academy is a school that serves a population with 20% students with disabilities. We also serve a great number of students with other attributes that you are considering today because we are an open enrollment, non-selective school. In order to provide every student that walks through our doors a free and appropriate education, which we do because we know that that is what is right and because it is the law, we have developed special programming, including essential skills courses, Opportunities Academy programming for children who are 18 to 21 years old, and therapeutic programming for scholars with emotional and behavioral disturbances. We've worked hard to develop this programming, and if you were to vote against recognizing these attributes, we will have a very difficult time with sustaining our current programming and all the other services we need to provide to our general education children. We've been successful in serving our scholars with exceptionalities. In fact, our graduation rate is twice that of the rest of the city for students with disabilities. But what I'm really here to tell you today is about a young man I have at my school who I will refer to as Robert. Robert is a young man who is in a wheelchair with cerebral palsy and visual impairment. He did not join our community until he was 17 years old. He didn't speak at all when he first came to us. And now he is able to speak, to talk and communicate his needs, and to greet me each day. And he does this because he has services that include occupational therapy, speech, and visual. He is a one-to-one paraprofessional, and educating a scholar like this costs between $30,000 and $60,000 a year. This includes the expenses of all of those services and transportation. All politics aside, this issue has not ripped our community apart. In many ways, it has united us, except for the few schools who have been getting more than their fair share for quite a while. Some of the schools that are against this differentiated funding don't even provide transportation to their children, even if they claim to be open enrollment. They have that luxury because they are selective schools that serve children that come from families that have the means to get their children to school each day. The bottom line is that the cost for us is a lot more money to educate Robert than it is for some of the other children in the city. There is some confusion in this room about what equity is. Equity is not giving everyone the same thing. Equity is ensuring that everyone has what they need to succeed. Two very different ideas. Robert and the most vulnerable population of children is who you are going to hurt if you don't approve this recognition of subcategories for funding.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, am I loud?
Yeah, you're loud enough. State your name, please.
Emily Pallett. I'm PTSA president for Lusher Charter School, and I just have a few questions. The first has been mentioned several times, that I'm asking what the oversight and reporting standards are going to be for overage, and I've had lots of people asking me questions about overage. Is that 17 or 18 or older, or if you're older then you're great?
I don't know if we're really getting into the answer aspect of that right now. I think it was.
Oh, the committee's not here, the working group?
Why
don't you conclude your comments, and then you conclude your comments, and then I can provide some detail.
Oh, okay. And then I also wanted to ask why Orleans Parish is so distinct. That seems to be the crux of the argument of why our MFP needs to be different than the rest of the state. But my understanding right now is we use a weighted mechanism and report back, right, based on our distinctions in Orleans Parish. I know RSD has chosen to use a different formula from the rest of the state, but it's unclear to me why Orleans Parish is so different than the rest of the state. And then my last question is, what are the next steps? Because it feels like there's been a little bit of a change to the agenda today. And I personally am a little confused as a citizen of what the next steps are and what's happening tomorrow. What's getting voted on exactly? And is the agenda going to change again tomorrow? And when are the weights going to be decided and by who? And how open is that process going to be? I feel pretty excluded, and I'm a taxpayer and a really dedicated citizen in Orleans Parish, and I'm kind of curious what the next steps are. Thank you.
I'll respond to those questions. I'll respond to the board. The definition of overaged is 2 years overaged and undercredited, meaning 2 years behind where the child or the young man or woman, the adolescent, should be at that stage in their credit accumulation. So the question of what is being voted on and what are the next steps, what is being voted on, or actually let me answer the first question about why is New Orleans different. As a matter of policy, and from our perspective sitting here, New Orleans is only different because it's a parish that meets the definition as defined by the legislature. The legislature said certain parishes that meet certain descriptions are to have certain processes engaged in. And Orleans Parish is the only such parish, therefore such a process was conducted. If there were other parishes that meet that requirement, and frankly you could imagine East Baton Rouge Parish someday perhaps being that, as you have a Type 3B schools that return, you may imagine this process being done in East Baton Rouge. But for now, it's only Orleans Parish.
Superintendent, excuse me, can you
yes.
clarify, isn't that because of the number of people? Right. I saw a figure, is that the reason?
Well, we are doing this as a matter of policy. We are doing this because the law tells us we have to do it. I think to get to, I could speculate on why the legislature did. I was part of the legislative debate, but you could go back. Oh, I'm sorry. One of the criteria, to Ms. Edmondson's point, is in the law is the number of people in the parish. Okay, yes. There are a number of factors.
330,000 people, right?
With respect to what the next step is, the law says that there shall be a district level calculation and that funds shall be allocated, meaning that a school district, in this case, or the Orleans Parish School Board, needs to produce a calculation that factors in what you are voting on today, and that they shall make the allocation, as they have done historically. As to whether or not this is a public process, I can only say this. Whether it is public or not, on the working group, the chief executive officer of the school organization you represent was represented. This is a public meeting and a public deliberation, and any convening of the Orleans Parish School Board debating this policy also needs to be subject to the public meetings law. So I think it will be adequately public. Whenever they choose to notice it is when they notice it. They have a budgeting process that they have to go through, and I'm sure they'll do that in the same way they always do.
So the weights will be decided by Orleans Parish School Board? Who's deciding the weights for this differentiated learning?
The district level calculation is what I'll call it, because that's what the statute calls it, is a district level calculation. It's done by the district.
So has the working group made a recommendation to the district that the district will then share in some format? Because I think the numbers keep changing. I think there was something that came in late last night. So I'm just curious when it's going to be finalized and shared and communicated openly.
I'll just repeat, what this board is charged with doing is creating factors that are students' characteristics and needs. That is a matrix across 5 tiers, gifted and talented, and so on and so forth, that you have. What the Orleans Parish School Board chooses to do with this, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, I'm just trying to help our board play our appropriate role, is it's at their stage to do it. Now, the law does clearly set in motion a working group. The working group produced a recommendation not just as to what BESE should do, but also as to what the Orleans Parish School Board should do, and so I would assume that they will factor in the consideration that BESE is voting on today and everything else the working group decided on. How they do that is a matter for their superintendent and their attorneys.
So was the recommendation the final items that came through last night, that's the last version, or do you think the working group is still working to come up with some last formulas?
I don't know about what happened last night, other than to say that whatever the working group voted on is the final act of that working group.
And when was that vote?
I don't remember the date.
Okay, so it's final now.
Again, this board is going to vote on factors that are student needs and characteristics. The Orleans Parish School Board always has to approve allocations to schools. Whenever they do that is when they do it.
Okay, so can you explain to me what the reporting mechanism is?
Ms. Ballot, this is not a question and answer. We've had way too many of those. If you have a final comment you'd like to make pretty close, please make it now.
I'm just curious about this overage and how you're going to report how the, because I think the one item that I will say is on here is the different tiers. And overage is one, and I'm just curious what...
And that was addressed for other comments that it was recommended.
I heard that it's 2 years, but I didn't hear exactly how it's going to be reported back. Is there
And so your comments, your questions will have to be duly noted by the board, I think, this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have Alyssa Dupre in the room? Or Ashley Hansen? Okay. Could I get Stuart Lobb, Kelvin Arzu, Corrine Gibb, and Alex Ates, please? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Stuart Loeb, and I'm an Audubon Charter parent. My daughter is in 2nd grade, and she's benefited, made great strides for the resource program at Audubon Charter. I wanted to point out that Audubon is not really a selective school. I just want that to be understood, that when you apply there initially, there's a lottery, and every student gets a shot, in the words of Alexander Hamilton, in that initial lottery. There are criteria for the upper grades, particularly on the French program, because you have to know French to get into the French program later on. But it's not truly a selective school. It is an open admissions school for the vast majority of the students that are there. Audubon is the largest supplier of students to Benjamin Franklin High, which is the nationally ranked, one of the best high schools in the whole country, not just in New Orleans, not just in Louisiana. These schools are necessary to, they are as necessary to the city as any other school in the system, particularly in trying to attract talent and businesses into the metro area and into the state of Louisiana. And as my understanding of this is, and it's a limited understanding because I'm new to this issue, only been looking at it for a few days, is that the proposed formula will threaten the stability of the finances for Audubon Charter, particularly if the economic growth does not meet targets, and I'm concerned about that. I'm asking that the board consider these things and defer voting on this. And in listening to the discussion here and the fact that it's a legal requirement, I have one question. What happens if you vote? You're required by law to vote on this and to send it forward. Well, what happens if you vote no? What are the consequences of that? What would be the consequences of deferring this for a reasonable period of time? And I'll leave it up to others to determine what reasonable is. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Calvin. Can everybody hear me? Okay, cool. I came from Vale, New Orleans, and New Orleans East, and I'm here to address the formula issue. And there's not enough money for schools, period. And I just want to know, what students are y'all actually representing?
Did you get the question? I think everybody's, what were you saying there?
Anybody.
I think probably the board would say, and I would certainly say on behalf of the department, that we try to represent all students, but I understand your first point. All students are included in the formula. The question that is being addressed is, what elements, what characteristics of each student need to be considered when you determine how much money to send to schools that serve them?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking at the formula, and y'all lowering certain parts of the formula, and it's just, if you were actually addressing these problems, there wouldn't be like all these people coming here and telling you that they're upset and there's money not being distributed properly. Right?
Duly noted, I guess.
You don't know about it. There's like 50 people just coming here telling you that there's several problems wrong, and the school is not being the money that's being distributed to school isn't distributed properly.
I've actually heard, for what it's worth, to address your first question, I've actually heard people coming and passionately arguing for good schools for all kids. And sometimes that necessitates making hard decisions, as I think your points acknowledge. But I've not heard anybody saying that there are trying to avoid the fact there are problems or trying to dwell on the fact there are problems. I've just heard people saying, I want a good school for my child. And I think that's everyone's right to come and voice that.
Okay, and you're right about that, but why hasn't there been any solutions? No answer.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Could I have Erica McConduit? Is there last call for Corrine Gibb and Alex H, or was that? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Erica McConduit. Let's see, also Kimberly Burke, Sheree Hunter, and Mark Field, Carly, I believe. You may start. Please state your name in the microphone.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Erica McConduit-Diggs. I'm the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater New Orleans, and I am also a parent of Lusher Charter School. I'm here to ask your support for the matter before you today. In my opinion, there is no clearer case for equity than providing adequate resources for the most vulnerable and highest need students in our community. My child is at Lusher. Obviously, I support its continued success. But the matter before us today is for the good of the whole. And I want you to know that there are parents in all of the schools, even the selective admission schools who may be disproportionately impacted by what is going to happen in terms of the funding formula, who can see the larger picture and understand that this is for the good of the whole. The proposed student characteristics and the funding formula ensures that schools serving students with the greatest needs will receive the funding necessary to provide high-quality educational resources to facilitate their success. This is what is fair. It is not an attack on any particular school or any particular student designation. In fact, the committee has taken an important step of putting in the hold harmless policy to ensure that every school has the ability to move forward successfully. The Urban League is joined along with many partners who serve our community in many different ways, particularly the nonprofit sector. And I think it's important for you to know that this proposal has broad support from the Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, New Schools for New Orleans, the Orleans Public Education Network, VELA, Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools, the New Orleans Parents Guide to Public Schools, Stand for Children, Kids Rethink, the Youth Empowerment Project, and 4.0 Schools. We all serve this community. We think this is important to move forward. As a state board, you must make decisions for the good of the whole. I support you in moving this forward, and I would hope that this discussion actually leads to a greater discussion on equity in terms of how students are even designated in all of these categories along the spectrum. For example, there are too few African American students being tested and categorized as gifted and talented. The flip side is that there are also far too many African American students being designated as special needs. I would hope that this would lead to a greater discussion on equity for those matters as well.
Thank you. There's no time left for you, Mr. McConaughey. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Deidre Johnson Burrell, the Executive Director for the Orleans Public Education Network, and I come before you to support and urge your support for the item before you today. Education's most aspirational value is equality, but there can be no equality of outcomes without equitable investments. Today's item actually gives consideration to making that investment, that we would invest and meet students in the place of their need. Any parent knows, I'm a proud auntie of 7, that you give your children what they need. I have 4 beautiful nieces and 3 wonderful, brilliant, and bright triplet nephews. My nephews are brilliant and bright, but they were born developmentally delayed. So what they need is very different than what my nieces need. So it would be neglect on our part to not give them the time, to not make the investment, to meet them in the place of their need so that they can thrive. This item before you places in our community the choice to invest as we need to invest with our children. And I'm excited that today you are only making a decision about the categories and place in the front yard of Orleans Parish the decision to make the investment and determine how that distribution is made. It's a community issue and it should be resolved in our backyard. My final urging is that this work, both in what you send, we urge that you would send it to New Orleans, but that it would be transparent in the decisions that are made so that families, schools, students will understand how the investments are being allocated so that the types of confusion we've heard here today will be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Monique Iana, pass, thank you. Jane Patton. Laura Venegas. And Nicole Bell. Pass, thank you. Do I have Jane Patton and Lauren Venegas? All right, what about John Paroka? Maureen Joseph? Cynthia Matthews Prater? Nadia Salazar? Say your name, please, sir.
My name is John Parauka, and I have 2 special needs children. I've talked to this board on several occasions. My son is graduating from a public high school this year. It's taken a lot to get that to happen. My 2 children have learning disabilities. I just was on the phone, unfortunately, with the Louisiana Workforce Commission because my son was qualified for assistive technology so he could go to a technical college. Unfortunately, they informed me an hour ago that that funding has been cut, and so he's not going to get that. So I come to you speaking from that background and understanding special ed parents. On the other hand, you need to know I've taught in the Orleans Parish Public Schools for 42 years, and I'm still teaching there. I've taught every kind of disability. I have an extensive background in special ed, and so I bring that to my children and to where I teach. My question here is, since we've changed what we're really talking about, transparency. You know, there was a group of people, after it was mentioned, not one special ed parent on this task force? Aren't we the ones that understand our children the best? So you're taking a recommendation, from what I can see, from a task force that was made up of charter school people who are corporations, basically, that have come in and chartered those schools. I'm just asking, if I go to an IEP meeting for my child, I am working with other individuals as a parent. Why didn't this task force have parents on it? I think that's part of the great problem here today. The lack of transparency, the lack of empowering parents in this whole process. I don't know how you can address that because we say from here we're going on to decide some other things. Could this board make a recommendation that the task force include parents of special needs so that there is transparency? I did see on the screen 5 meetings. We've got hundreds of people here today. I'm sure those meetings were announced, and I'm sure all of the laws were gone by and everything. But I'm hearing from most people here, they've just learned about these issues probably in the last month. Transparency, empowerment, that's where I'm coming from. I really think this board needs to think who has created these categories. My one final thing is an RSD school. Say my children are in an RSD school next year in Orleans Parish, and I move in October, and I go to another parish with another RSD school. Are the services at the other parish RSD school for my special needs child going to be the same they were at the RSD school in Orleans Parish? I don't know if anybody can answer that, but we've talked about different formulas around the state. If I'm hearing correctly, probably not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nadia Salazar. I work with Vela New Orleans. I'm a campaigns coordinator there. You've heard from all of our young people. Vela New Orleans is in New Orleans East. We serve the community of Michoud, a community that between 2010 and 2014, 33.9% of them lived in poverty compared to the 27% of New Orleans. And where the average household income in 2013 was $42,000 as compared to the rest of New Orleans, $61,000. Needless to say, we work with disadvantaged families. You've heard from many of our members. You've heard the concerns. You've heard the stories. I'm here to uplift what has happened because of the decisions that our elected officials have taken without the consideration of our communities. In terms of language access, in 2013, we filed a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights. There was a language assistance plan that came out of that. We got that. The people got that, not the elected officials. With this complaint in the language access plan, it's not being fully implemented right now. It will never be fully implemented without adequate funding. When it goes to ESL classes, I don't need to expand on what Elvis has shared with you all. But what I can say is that the consequences for our young people that are refugees from Honduras, from El Salvador, from anywhere in Central America are very real. The repercussions are not just not having a high school diploma. The repercussions can mean deportation, a deportation back to your death. This is a reality that many of you might not ever see, but this is a reality that our community lives under every single day. So if you can imagine being fearful of going to school because there are raids in your community, then you can understand the hurdles that are being put in place for our young people. Although we are here to support the differentiating funding formula, I am here to let you know that this issue is not just about funding, it's not just about here and us and now. It goes much bigger because systemic racism persists. And that systemic racism is dictating how our young people are treated, and it's giving them different opportunities. So if you can imagine going from 80 to 17 students in one classroom with nobody caring about where these students went, you can understand the frustration of our communities. The reason why we don't have more young people here is because they fear coming here. It's because they fear you all, and they fear their schools. They're not supported. They're not being represented. Yes, this is a step towards something that they can get support with, but this is not the end to it all. So don't think that this will be it. There's a lot more to be done. If you're thinking of supporting our communities, it's not just with the teachers and not just with the money, but it's with you actually going to those schools and meeting those young people. Because those young people have stories. They're not simply numbers. They're not just percentages. They're people. They're young people that came here to seek a refuge from communities that are under war.
I need you to wrap up, Ms. Salazar, please.
That's fine. I mean, the lecture principal had 10 minutes. I figured I had a little bit longer. So what I'm sharing with you, what I'm sharing with you all today is that this is not the end. Yes, we support the differentiated funding formula, but you need to do more for our young people and for our community, because without you giving them opportunities, you're re-traumatizing what they've lived already.
Thank you very much for your comments. Could we get Harold Bailey, Jessica Sanders, Meredith O'Neill, and Diane Alexander, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a parent.
You said your name, please?
Oh, my name is Harold Bailey. I'm a parent of 2 children in the RSD public school system at Esperanza, a charter school in New Orleans on the great historic Carrollton Avenue. It's a Choice Foundation school. I'm just kind of overwhelmed with all the things that's being said. I know I just really want to speak germane to the topic, but I took off from work today, so I'm going to say what I want. So, the categories should be approved as it was presented to you guys by the working group. I wasn't involved in this process, and I think it's very important that parents be involved in the next working groups that take place. I can always be found. You say my name loud enough, someone will hear it, and they'll call somebody else, and I'll come running. Okay? So I'm going to just tell you, I came from the Orleans Parish public school system. My 2 children, you guys said earlier you guys were in New Orleans on last week. And this measure, I feel like it should be voted on in New Orleans if you guys are going to vote on any matters relating to New Orleans. It gives us the opportunity to have more people and more public input and more people that are closer to their neighborhoods. We're fighting for neighborhood schools and a lot of different things in New Orleans, but it's hard to come up here in a rainy BESE board meeting every single time. It's always raining up here in Baton Rouge. But anyway, to talk a little bit about my children, and I'll try to keep everything brief and try to not repeat things, but I'll just try to stay on topic. I'm the parent of 2 denied children of the current lottery system of schools. I'm the parent of 2 children who have gone through 3 chartered associations. Right now, we're having a great time over at Choice Foundation. They're really doing some great things over there, and that's because my son has a paraeducator. He's receiving occupational therapy and the services that were kind of denied to him in the past. Not from all schools, but some schools did. My point of view comes from me speaking on behalf strictly of my son with autism. I have 2 sons. My youngest has been diagnosed with severe autism on the autism spectrum. When that determination was given to us, it began our quest to figure out his education plan. Now, there was one thing we knew we could count on as citizens of the state and the great country. We knew no matter where he would attend school that there would always be a group of professionals that would prepare the environment of a clean school. We knew there would be individuals that would be responsible for my children's safety and security during the day. We knew that there would be teachers who would pour the wealth of their knowledge into the lives of our children, that there would be administrators that would provide some of the same levels of education to students at all schools like they do at every single school. But more than anything, we knew issues surrounding the education of all students or any group of students will be decided in a fair, just, equal, and equitable way. In equitable fashion. That's why I support this particular measure in the way that it is at this particular time. It's unfortunate. Yeah, absolutely. It's really unfortunate that I sit in a room with other parents and it seems like we're on 2 opposite ends of the spectrum at this particular time. I think what should really happen is that we should come under one type of charters, one association of schools, like it was before the storm. There's too much stuff going on back and forth. In the very beginning, you guys said they introduced the 2 superintendents, 2 co-superintendents. That's too much. And we have too many people deciding on the measures for our children. So if changes are not made to adequately address the characteristics which will guide the funding at a later date, the students who need love the most will impact society in some way in the future. Right now, there are a lot of children that are impacting our school system, our society in New Orleans with crime. That's because they were neglected about 8 years ago, 10 years ago after Katrina. So we're asking that you support this measure. And if I could address one thing.
Mr. Bailey, please wrap it up right now.
Absolutely. Mr. White, you were really rude to a lot of people who came up here on both sides of the spectrum. And on last year, when you guys closed my kid's school, you were as rude as you were then as you were today. And so,
Mr. Bailey, you got away from the point now for certain. I appreciate your time today. Thank you for taking time off. But now you've abused your privilege.
Yeah, well, I haven't abused my
privilege.
privilege.
Could I get Ms. Jessica Sanders, please, to come down as well?
Thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. You've been so instrumental in this discussion. And I just would ask that you all just really kind of just come be hosted by the parents rather than whoever you guys are hosted by.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Do I have Jessica Sanders in the audience? What about Meredith O'Neill? No, you're Jessica Sanders? Diane Alexander? All right. Jason Coleman? Miss Dunham? And Mickey Landry, please.
Thank you, sir. To the chair, superintendent, elected officials, appointed members of the BESE board, and the taxpayers that are present. As elected member of the Orleans Parish Democratic Executive Committee, District 8, I'm here to represent all the parents and the children of District 8. And I am also a parent of a charter school child. Today, it's kind of hard because everyone in the room agrees that we need more funding for special needs. Everybody across the board. But how do we get there? I do not think that we implement this funding criteria that will basically take one debit from one child and give a credit to another. That's basic business. Now, I'm a business professional from Southern University in Baton Rouge, and I can tell you this is an add and subtraction game here. We are not talking about the real problem. That's funding education as a bedrock principle of this administration and this government. When would Louisiana put education first? Now, my parents and my grandmother were lifers, educators. So I know a little bit about education. I also was on the Audubon Charter Board. So I have understanding of a special need and the funding that goes along with running a school. And I think when we talk about just this percentage or just that percentage, what are we going to cut? Are we going to cut the music, arts, maybe PE, because we have full PE at that school versus just one class a week, the intervention programs for math or reading? What is going to be cut? See, when we always say to slice something, we never talk about what's actually going to be sliced. And instead of us growing the pie bigger, we're just thinning this slice for this person and growing this slice bigger for the other. And I think we shouldn't put parents versus parents, students versus students, charter versus charter, educators versus educators, special needs versus all the other students. As I close, we have a chance to look at it and get it right. Too many times we in government figure out how we can pass the buck to the Orleans Parish School Board. Trust me, they have enough issues on their own. So before you sign a note for a house, you know what your interest rate is. You know that the house is being examined. Right now, we have a lot of questions that have been unanswered. I've heard from the panel above that there's some questions that need to be addressed, and I think you look at it holistically and make sure everything is right before you send it down the road. This is the top board for education. And I expect y'all to lead us in New Orleans because we have one of the highest poverty rates in all of Louisiana. But that's not one of the categories they had. And another factor that's going to happen that we didn't talk about, the Urban League said that most of the individuals in special needs are African American. I guarantee you, these charter schools are running like a business, and they're going to increase that number. And we all know who those children look like at the end of the day, who now will be special needs.
Thank you for your comments, Mr.
I
Coleman.
close, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And just for those that are here, I hope you get out and vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Landry?
Hi, my name is Mickey Landry. I am Executive Director of Choice Foundation in New Orleans. We educate about 1,900 K-8 schools, children in New Orleans, about a 98% poverty rate in those schools. Lafayette Academy, which many of you visited last week, has about 900 students. Esperanza has about 525 students. 67% of those are ELL students. And McDonough 42 has about 500 students. I want to follow up a point that the previous speaker made first, and that's this. We can talk about special needs, we can talk about gifted and talented, but one thing that is not being considered enough is the level of trauma that students in New Orleans live with. Last week, before some of you came to visit us, I went to court, and I went to court to testify against two people who murdered one of our 6th grade girls. While she was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking her 1-year-old cousin to sleep in her house. Later the same day, I visited the mother, the grandmother, of 2 of our children at McDonough 42, who were in the house the night before when their mother was murdered by their father by stabbing her with a screwdriver. Now, none of those children are special needs children. But that is what we deal with in New Orleans all the time. And we need to come to grips with what the real needs are of many of our students in New Orleans as we go about trying to differentiate funding. I'm happy that you all are moving this discussion to the city of New Orleans because we need to have a fuller, greater discussion. Education at any school, whether it's Lusher or Lafayette, is a very difficult job. And education nowadays is getting more and more difficult. This is my 47th year. It's a lot harder than it was when I started. And educators need the support. We have students at Esperanza. Now, 67% are Hispanic immigrants. And we're supposed to educate them within 2 years to pass the PARCC exams because they get a 1-year waiver. Some of these students were illiterate in Spanish. They had no background in reading and writing in Spanish. They had never been in school, 8th graders. Others, Spanish wasn't their first language. It was some native language. And they come to New Orleans escaping murder, rape, and terror so they can have a chance to live a good life. So we need the funding. We need to differentiate that funding. But we need to do a much better job at considering all of the needs of our students. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your service to our children.
Thank you. I'm now going to go through a list of names who support the recommendation that do not wish to speak. Stacy Martin, Robbie Evans, Denise Brown, Rebecca Bell, Anna Colvin Cole, Daniel Davis, Judy Gilbert, Carrie Griffin Monica, Eva Kemp, Michelle Linares, Erica Burer, Henry Jones, Samita Brown, Aaron Vaughn, Christy Dattige, Christina Kent, and Vincent Rossmeyer. Additionally, I have cards from those who oppose the recommendation and do not wish to speak. Leslie Butler, Deborah Terry, Jessica Eugene, Linnell Washington, Asia Lamar, Latifa Anderson, Nicole Beal, Peter Zingle, Monique Kerrigan, Susanna Bonin, Melissa Favre, Elizabeth Loafer, Claudia Duffy, Erica Hahn, Becky Collins, Kendra Reed, Mary Carter, Dong Bin, Fong Tran, Joseph Lowe, Frederick Jackson, Naomi Smith, Claudia Duffy, Deb Levine, Robin Del Maitre, Carl Lacoste, Vanessa Herrera, Jan Rice, Rhonda Moore, Kendra Henry, Ann Welsh, Stephen Pape, Katrina Horton, Candace Robinson, Rhonda Edwards, Quintella Thornton Nicholas, and Deborah Cord. That concludes our public comment section. So, At this time, we'll turn it back over to see if the board has any comments. Ms. Orange-Jones, did you have something?
Absolutely, thank you. I want to start by, first of all, just thanking all of the speakers who came forward today with just such conviction and resolve, and the rest of the constituents and public who came forward today to be a part of what is such an important discussion. I realize this is a very complex set of decisions. I want to also recognize the dedication and effort of the committee who gave of their time and of their expertise to put forward a recommendation. As a former teacher and lifelong educator, I want to say I am so incredibly proud to have the honor of representing New Orleans. As a city, in the past 10 years, we have made such significant strides. Our children have grown so much, and that is due in no small part to the hard work of all of our educators across all of our schools. Act 467 charged us as a city, and by extension, created a conversation for our state to make the hard decision about how to allocate finite resources across our city. At the end of the day, I agree with the comments of so many who've spoken to the fact that we need more resources. We wish we had more. Unfortunately, that's not the that's not the reality that we're living in today, and so therefore we are charged with making very difficult decisions. I want to say that at the end of the day, I am in full support of this proposal put forward by the committee today. And I know that our board will not be charged with voting, but if we were, I would be supporting this. When I think about what this will mean for students who are learning English, for students with exceptionalities, for students who are farther behind, who have further to go, I think that as a city, we have a responsibility to educate all children. I understand, and I want to take this opportunity to implore with Orleans Parish leadership in the room. I know that you all will be faced with the decision of carrying this forward and ultimately making a decision and engaging our public locally in this decision. I am proud and excited that this will be a local discussion because I think that's actually appropriate. And I urge you, implore you to do the right thing. I think this is a very important step for our city, and I want to just be on record by saying I've never been more proud of the discussion we had here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other board members who wish to make a comment? Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, I'd like to point out something that was touched on earlier, but I wanted to highlight a little bit more, which is the idea that this is one more step that BESE is taking to make the return of the RSD schools back to the local school board easier and happen faster. I think with having one formula being used by both the Orleans Parish schools and the current RSD schools, it makes it easier for those RSD schools to go to make the decision to go back to control under the Orleans Parish School Board. So I wanted to point that out so everybody could either be aware of it or consider the idea.
Thank you. Ms. Boucher?
Okay, I'm not going to be repetitive, but I'd like to echo Ms. Jones's statements and thanking everyone who was a part of this whole process, and I know how difficult this is. I have somewhat of a perspective on the funding formula. I was on the original MFP study committee in 1991, 25 years ago, that developed this formula, the state MFP formula. And I think it's incumbent upon me to just very briefly, because obviously we don't have the time to go through all of the details, but conceptually, what that task force did or that committee did those 25 years ago was an extensive study of what the cost of education was for students in the state, to educate students in the state of Louisiana at that time. And the first thing you do when you look at any funding mechanism is to say what are the mandated services that must be provided by every school system in the state. So you identify what your areas are that you must fund. And at that time, 25 years ago, there were no proliferation of charter schools. It was a different time where school districts across the state, those local school boards, were the ones that made the determination of how to dispense funds within their communities. But from the state perspective, we rolled in everything that a school system by the state was mandated to do. Not only the basic instructional services. At that time, every school and school system had to have provided transportation to students. So that got enrolled or included in the per pupil. Every school and school system had to enroll all of their employees in the state retirement systems, which was a huge expense. All of that got enrolled in the per pupil. So all of these services that were identified, instructional, transportation, maintenance of buildings, pupil appraisal services, special needs services, everything that was mandated by the state was rolled into a base per pupil, and we were charged with keeping it basically revenue neutral. So you did that first. Well, in today's climate, there are some schools that don't provide transportation, don't provide public retirement systems for their employees. So all of that's going to eventually be revisited at some point, I'm sure, because the state is going to be looking at that. All right, then what you did is to look across the state and see if those services, which of those services were disproportionately spread across districts. Because, for example, everybody knew special education was more expensive. I mean, it'd take the passion out of it and the emotion. But from a financial standpoint, much more expensive to provide the services that were mandated. The gifted and talented, because of the mandate to provide those services according to the child's IEP, those were more expensive to provide as well. Then you looked at-risk students, and we looked at the different, I guess, the disproportional distribution across the state and identified the categories that were disproportional. If every school district in the entire state had the same percentage of special needs students, there would have been no wait for special needs students. It would have all been rolled into the base per pupil and given more money. If every school district in the state had the same percentage of gifted and talented students, there would have been no wait. It would have been rolled into the base per pupil. So the reason for waits is if it was disproportional among districts. And so those were identified in a very analytical way based on what the expenditures were at the state at that time. Now, a lot of time has passed since then. That formula with different variations has been in effect statewide. And it does apply to Orleans. And I want to make that clear that Orleans Parish public school students are funded by the state in the exact same way that every other school district in the state is funded. There is a pot of money, and those funds, contrary to what some people may think, are not a one-for-one match with kids. It is a generator of a block grant that is sent to a district. Because whatever that per pupil would have been, even with the weight, was not designated for student A, where you had to spend, if that student A generated $10,000, you didn't spend $10,000 on student A, because you had to provide all these services for everyone. So it's a revenue generator. What most superintendents have to do across the state of Louisiana, once that money comes to them in that block grant, is they sit with all of their schools in their district, with their boards, and they'll come up with, how do we provide services? How do I staff this school? Does this school get more teachers? Do I staff these kids at 10-to-1, 15-to-1, 25-to-1? Do I staff special needs students? Do I provide more OTPT if that's what's necessary? So most superintendents do it based on services. And whatever the students in that school needs, we provide those services. If I have a highly at-risk school, I may staff that at a 15-to-1 ratio. The school right next to it, I might staff at a 25-to-1 ratio, depending, within this finite amount of money. So now we move to Orleans. Well, what does Orleans Parish do? Well, back in the old days, before Katrina, they did the same method I just described in some form. But since the advent of the proliferation of charters, the central governing body, Orleans Parish, has chosen a system that is heavily chartered. And a result of that choice means that that central board does not apportion services, they write a check. And they give it to each of the independent charters and say, here's the money, you know, you're mandated by the state to provide the services, but we're giving you a dollar amount to do it. We're not giving you a certain number of teachers or a certain number of pupil appraisal people or whatever the case may be. We're writing you a check. So there lies the issue. The issue is, how do you determine that check that is given to each one of those charters to provide the services? And in my opinion, that is a local decision, and that's where it should be held. How in the world does Orleans Parish decide how to apportion that money out? Now, as many people are in this room could probably come up with a different set of characteristics to come out with, because somebody might add in, well, schools that provide the career technical should get a little bit more money for that. Schools that provide greater services through Jump Start or more at-risk kids. I mean, the factors are, you could come up with any that you felt in your school system was important. Many school systems have schools within schools, programs within schools. So Orleans Parish, in my opinion, they need to come together and come up with a funding mechanism that is under their local control and should be dealt with as a local issue. The state, I feel, and the state board has done its job in terms of developing a statewide formula that is the same for everyone in the state of Louisiana. And those monies are sent to every school district in the same manner. Each local district must then decide how to apportion out, whether it be services or whether it be actual dollars. And I think that the discussion in Orleans, you know, is going to obviously, from what we hear today, take on, I guess, a more intense discussion, as it should be, because all children should be valued. If it's when we're talking money, the reality is some cost much more, but that doesn't mean some cost nothing. You know, I don't think I would agree, well, a gifted and talented child will succeed no matter what. That's not the case. Just like a special needs child is going to succeed no matter what. But the reality is, from a cost perspective, those special needs children, by right, the services that we must and should morally and educationally provide will cost more money. That's not to say that the others will cost nothing. So there has to be that irritant in there. There has to be that discussion. To me, there should be a real study within the community of what is the real cost. What service is mandated to be provided to this type of child by the state, and what is that real cost? And I think we're going to come out with the special needs child being a lot more. 25 years ago, we didn't have a large ELL community. Not to the extent we have now, obviously. And the reality is, it does cost a lot more to provide the services for those children. But the issue should be, from a financial standpoint, since we're dealing with a financial distribution, and the discussion should center around the true cost, and then looking at your finite pot of money for budgeting. But I guess to wrap up my comments, I truly believe this is a local issue that should be decided by the local community in how those funds are distributed. because they receive the same consideration by the state as every other community, and the funds are generated in exactly the same manner and sent to the city of, or the parish of Orleans for distribution among their schools.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher. Dr. Jones?
Well, at the risk of alienating my fellow board members and also probably Superintendent White, I think I came here today with the same impression that the majority of the folks in the audience came with, and that is that we were in fact going to decide this allocation. And I'm going to tell you what further confuses me, because the very next item we're going to consider on the agenda has a statement in there about a policy that we're adopting in Bulletin 129, and I'm going to read it. A district-level allocation policy shall be presented for approval to BESE at a regular board meeting prior to July 1, 2016. The allocation policy shall detail at a minimum the revenues to be included in the district-level allocation policy, each student characteristic or need that shall receive weighted funding, the weights assigned to each student characteristic or need, and information on the collaborative process utilized to develop the policy. As I read that, I can only come to two possible conclusions. Either we were supposed to do this today, or there's the expectation that there will be another presentation to us before July 6, 2016 for us to approve or to vote on the approval of a district level allocation policy. Where am I missing it?
Superintendent White,
I'm not sure they're going to let me finish reading it this time.
I think let's address it when we get to that item. I think, you know, what it does say, Dr. Jones, what it does say is it will be done by July 1, 2016. And what we've articulated, and that's 4 months from now, what we've articulated is that there's going to be a stage in this process where today we are approving needs and characteristics. And that to me is directly from the statute. So we are taking what BESE is to be doing directly from the statute. And then, per what Ms. Voce said, this is going to the local board for a district level calculation. Now look, I'm sure a lawyer could argue it a different way. That is the best that our attorneys and we and the board staff can articulate what exactly is to be done today.
So is that option 2 then? Is that what that's telling me? Is that back to us will come a district level allocation policy for approval? Because today, according to what we just said, the only thing we're doing is delineating the characteristics. At what point are we going to approve a district level allocation policy?
We're going to approve a district level allocation policy after the district has approved their allocation policy. In other words, we're going to codify what has been done. I do agree with, at the district level, I do agree with you that that next policy, not the one we're discussing now, but the next item needs to be amended. I believe there are board members that are prepared to do that.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else on the board have any thoughts, comments before we move forward? Dr. Thompson, sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to thank everybody that came today, and I sense the passion that you brought on this issue. I'm proud to know that in Louisiana we're passionate about the exceptional student, whether they're gifted and talented, whether they're special need, or whether they're at risk. We have taken all the comments to heart. We will do what's best for all children of Louisiana. And I think we're moving in the right direction when we have these conversations. Every kid, every child should have a chance to be exceptional in any way that they can be. And I think what will come out of this discussion, in which y'all will decide in Orleans Parish, will make the world better for all our kids and for us too. So we thank you for coming, and we appreciate the comments. We learned a lot today.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. All right. If there are no further comments from the board, Ms. Orange-Jones, do you have proper wording for your substitute motion? I believe it was you who had that.
I do. I have the wording that was suggested, which I understand is a bit technical, but does address the precision necessary for our vote today.
So we're good on the motion there. We do have a second in place. Is that correct, staff? Mr. Garvey is the second on that motion. All right. With no further discussion from the board, do I hear any objections to the motion as it stands? With no objection, the motion passes. What's our next item?
On page 75, item 6.1
Consideration of bulletin revisions relative to Act 467 of the 2015 regular legislative session. We have two bulletins, Bulletin 126, Charter Schools, Bulletin 129, Recovery School District. The recommendation is to approve as notices of intent.
So here, Board, we do have two items. Not sure what's shown up there. Both for, Bulletin 126, and also Bulletin 129, which was just recently referenced here. So we need to have a motion for each to make the changes to language as referenced here in your packet. Do I have a motion right now for the changes for Bulletin 126?
Can I have a little bit of, Superintendent, can you explain a little bit what this means?
So members, and let me explain that on this particular instance what I think should happen vis-a-vis the policy. So there was an attempt, Dr. Jones, to take the statute and to place it into the bulletins because it was necessary to adjust bulletins that address the funding of Type 5 charter schools when the district level policy changed. However, you're right that though this was posted for notice of intent however many days ago, in the time since, the department and BESE agreed with what Ms. Voce just said, which is that actually a district level policy shouldn't be determined here prior to the district making the policy. Thus, this needs to be amended to conform with what the board just did, which is to refer the last item to the local board.
Right.
Once the local board makes their decision, we will have to come back and amend this item, and revisit this item. But I believe if we amend the motion today, we can adjust this policy so that it conforms to where we really are.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And thank you for raising it.
So at this time, I have a motion from Mr. Garvey to make the motion, and a second from Ms. Holloway. Do I have any? All right, I do have.
What is the motion?
The motion is to approve the changes to Bulletin 126 relative to state funding. It removes language deleted by 467.
Mm-hmm.
This is not. Remember, there are two parts of this, so this is not the one relative to what Dr. Jones just brought up. We'll amend that change. Is that correct, Superintendent?
Yeah, so we're taking them separately, is what you're saying?
Correct.
So Bulletin 126 is first.
Correct.
All right.
And I do we have any comments from the board? If not, I do have some comment cards. Could I get Kathy Riedlinger, please? Lee Barrios and James Brown. Pass. Okay. Ms. Barrios?
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany Parish. This is really quick, but it just seems to me like, particularly since things that you're supposed to be voting on seem to change so quickly, I'm just wondering if BESE has, or Superintendent White, have conferred with Senator Claytor and then Representative Edwards, now Governor Edwards, who my understanding is put together the bill that this relates to before you actually write the policy to make sure that it does correlate with the intent of their bill. That's what I'm wondering. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Barrios. Do I have any input from the board at this time? The motion before you is we're making the changes to Bulletin 126. Do I hear any objection?
I just would like an explanation of, I'm trying to read this and I don't see where it says anything. So Bulletin 126, tell me what this says.
Bulletin 126 addresses the funding for charter schools generally around the state. That does not need to be adjusted. Bulletin 129 is a recovery school district bulletin. That would be affected by the policies that we just made. That would need to be changed.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no.
That's
But
okay.
if 126 doesn't need to be adjusted, what are we voting on for 126?
You are voting on, sorry, the amendment doesn't need to be amended. You are voting on an amendment. We are rewriting policy, but we are not needing to amend the amendment in Bulletin 129. We are needing to amend what was going to be amended to Bulletin
129.
There's a lot of amendment. I can see where that gets confusing.
Bulletin 126 can be as amended. Bulletin 129 needs to be revised.
So is the proposed amendments to 126 still apply at this time? But
Could you read
basically,
the amendment so that we know exactly
Right.
what we're saying in 126?
Bulletin 126, beginning on July 1, 2016, for allocations in a school district with one or more Type 3B charter schools, in a parish that contains a municipality of 300,000 or more persons, according to the latest federal decennial census, refer to Bulletin 129, Recovery School District. So,
Okay.
in other
So
words,
we're
you're
just saying refer to
correct.
129. All right.
does that clarify the other board members as well?
Yes.
Is there any other discussion before we take the vote? If there's no other discussion, do I hear any objections to the motion before us? No objections, motion passes. Now we want to adjust for the recommended changes to Bulletin 129, and I'm not sure what change that would need to make. Ms. Kira Orange-Jones?
Yeah, I essentially just, Bulletin 129, Section 111G3 has become unnecessary in light of our previous conversation. And so I'd like to recommend that we remove Bulletin 129, Section 111G3, as that section describes a process that has already taken place, and approve the revisions to the bulletin as amended.
Board members, are you following that in your book here?
I'm sorry, Kira, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you. Get up.
Yeah, can I'll repeat it one more time. Sorry, I know. I recommend that that we remove Bulletin 129, Section 111G3, as that section describes a process that has already taken place, and approve the revisions to Bulletin 129 as amended.
So are you seeing what's in your notes there, Ms. O'Shea, Ms. Evanston?
So what you're saying is approve G1 and 2 and remove 3?
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
Correct.
I'm saying yes.
Okay, the only thing I would like to make, I don't think we ever have to look at 3. I mean, when Superintendent White, if I understood you, and maybe I did not understand you correctly, but I don't feel, even after Orleans Parish does whatever Orleans Parish is going to do in relation to this formula, that there would be then a need for us to come and put something in Bulletin 129 that says they've now got to present to us what that was, and we codify it.
Yeah.
I don't think. So
I think you
what
are
you're
right,
saying
and
is-
I was mistaken.
Yeah.
I think you're right, and I was mistaken.
Yeah, we can certainly address that.
So I
Yeah.
don't think we should address that issue at all.
We would take up the motion now, but not come, with no pretense for the board to come back to that at this
And
time.
With no intention to come back to us
Yeah.
with that.
Dr. Jones, you want to add to that?
I just want to ask a question. I completely agree with Ms. Voce, which is why I brought it up in the first place. But what does the language of the statute require of us? Is that in compliance with the actual language of the statute?
It requires that we do the things that we have done today, but unless you put it in policy, then there is other policy that contradicts it. So it needs to be put in policy, we believe, to clarify what has happened and what must happen in the funding of these charter schools.
Okay, now I'm further confused. Are you supporting what Ms. Voce just
Yes.
said? Okay, all right, thank you.
So we have before us now, the actual motion would be to modify Bulletin 129 by removing look at the proposed wording by removing Section 1111G3.
Right.
Correct?
That's correct.
And who was my second on that one? Ms. Holloway was the second? Is there any other questions
I have
for
a
clarification?
comment.
Ms. Evanston?
So we're still charged with looking at this and deciding yay or nay on the makeup of the organization that's going to take part in this. You see it, that's second to last line, charter schools, advocates for students with disabilities and development of, and then it had local
Yeah,
school
it would just
board
be
and all
removing
that,
the
yeah.
third part.
I would like to just move or comment that I'd like to see a parent or parents added to that, if that's possible.
I believe this is just a direct facsimile of the language from the statute.
Okay, so we really can't change that.
It would not, I don't think it would be our purview for that.
Okay.
Well, I think you can add to it.
to add to 2. Item
If
2
you
on,
wish to add to a committee, I don't.
Well,
I don't know
I
if
just
you can.
technically, it doesn't say including but not limited to, it just says that, it just gives the list in the statute.
I would say rather than further clarifying, pushing that one tighter, I would almost say, could we recommend that action from this side as opposed to making that? So the motion would remain the same as it is right now,
With the recommendation.
but recommendation from the board separately for that.
So 1 and 2 is the language exactly as exists in the revised statute, is what you're telling us?
Yes.
All right.
Is the board all together on that now? Okay. Do I hear any objection to that vote? With no objection, that motion passes. What is our next item of business?
On page 78, item 7.1, consideration of an overview of the BESE legislative protocol. The recommendation is to receive.
Board, this is just it's a report, so could I get a motion to receive this report?
So moved.
Mr. Garvey, a second. Second from Mr. Rock. Do we have any discussion on that whatsoever? With no discussion, do I have any objections to receiving that report? Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was out of card. Do I have 2 cards? 2 cards. Could I have Donald Chopin and Scott Richard, please, to the front? Mr. Richard, are you waving? Mr. Chopin? Welcome.
Thank you.
You say your name for the microphone, please?
Name is Donald Chopin. Can you hear me?
Make sure that light's on and speak really close to the microphone. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Got you now.
My name is Donald Chopin. I'm here as a parent, as a grandparent, as an uncle, and also as an elder in my community with a lot of kids in school. I have 9 children that's gone through various New Orleans public schools, and I have some serious concerns. So I waited all this time to deal with the issue that would address my concerns, which is your legislative protocol.
Okay.
So bear with me. I have some questions to bring some clarity, and perhaps we can help connect some dots. My first question is, where is the due process in your protocol? And by due process, I mean fundamental fairness. Because all of you sitting up there have a charge to keep. You are charged with the highest body that governs education in my state. That's not a charge to be taken lightly. Because you have the power and authority, basically, over what happens to the children in my community when it comes to education, which we hold very, very high. Because the best way to destroy a people is to take away their education. The second best way to destroy a people or a community is to take away their money. RSD, in its present formation, has done both. There are some words that will help you understand why I came to this conclusion. There are words like money, a topic that we don't discuss openly. There's words like outcome.
Mr. Chopin, could you tie this back into how this is relevant to the report the board is receiving on matters for how they were?
Well, what it ties into is the title of this 7.1, legislative protocol, and your charge as being over the BESE board, which makes you responsible for what happens to education in my community. So my question is, by what authority would you give that away to a charter school? By what authority would you say that RSD has total control, and in the next breath, one of your esteemed colleagues say that the bottom line is you're responsible for the education of everybody in this state? To me, it's a contradiction. And the best way to determine that contradiction is the condition of the people in New Orleans. One mystery is the formula that makes New Orleans so unique. They were the first ones to have RSD. That formula is very simple. It's the same formula you use to give Orleans Parish all kinds of different classifications. Population. A population that's mostly black, 60%. That population deems them by the population to be handled differently. That's your unique recipe. They're different. So therefore, what happens to education in that community is a little different than how we handle everybody else. I see you getting anxious, so I'm trying to cut to the chase. What's happening in New Orleans is that you have pitted us against classes. We have a class struggle. Whereas people who are a little better off than some others who have what I would call a DBE mentality, they focus upon me, my foe, and no more. And you have folks in our community who have a CBA mentality. Their interest is the whole community rising as one, all or none. And right now they're clashing. My next question to you
Mr.
is...
Chairman, will you please make a final comment?
Okay, my final comment is this. Explain to me the correlation between RSD and my urban league in New Orleans. What is the connection between RSD and the urban league when it comes to public education?
We thank you for your comments.
Please answer my comments.
We thank you for your comments. Board, are there any comments you have for the report? Ms. O'Shea?
Yeah, I'm looking at the protocol, and I guess, I don't know which paragraph, second to last one, where the state superintendent and the staff should track all the bills. And then the next sentence, which says the executive director and board officers will be regularly updated on the status of the track bills, scheduled hearings and floor debates, and the need for board member attendance at the Capitol. And then the full board will be notified of any major developments. I would request that the full board just be sent a copy of what is sent to the board officers and such on the status of the track bills, scheduled hearings and floor debates, so that we would all be informed of what
That's an
upcoming events.
excellent suggestion. Can we make sure that happens? Shan, Aaron? Thank you very much. Anybody else? Ms. Jada? I'm sorry? She was asking that all members of the BESE board receive these updates as opposed to just officers, and we'll take care of that. Ms. Jada?
Yes, and I'd like to make another recommendation. The last sentence on page 78 says, consistent with longstanding priorities and prior positions of the board. 8 of the board members were new, and so we need to revisit what those board positions should be and whether or not priorities are changing as we move in a new direction. And so I think we need a subsequent conference call or something to really kind of establish what those priorities and positions are.
That's a good observation. Duly noted then. Ms. Holloway?
I won't elaborate, but I have the same concerns of Ms. Boche and Ms. Lewis.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you for that discussion. If there's no objections, then we'll receive that report. Do I have any objections? Hearing none, report received. Any other items of business?
That concludes your agenda.
All right, that didn't take too long. Thank you all for your patience, and we're adjourning this meeting now.